We are delighted to come today together to celebrate the Pulse program and its founding and its founder, Patrick Byrne, Dr. Patrick Byrne. On behalf of BC's Institute for Liberal Arts Education, the Pulse program, and the Lonergan Institute, I really want to welcome you. Just a couple of quick logistical things. I have parking passes. Some of us have parking passes, so if you pulled into the parking garage, we're going to give you a pass that will get you out for free. So please see us for those. We've got a great day planned. Also, there are restrooms. If you head out into the hallway where the breakfast is, and you keep going, there are restrooms over to the left. And we'll have announcements through the day about lunch. And we also have a poster in the back, and we'd like everybody to sign their names so that Pat can have a nice sort of poster guest book of who was joining us today. So people will be coming through all day. I'm going to step away. I'm still hearing a lot of feedback up here. I'm going to turn over this morning's panel to Dr. Jeremy Wilson of our theology department. Last night we had a beautiful reception at the philosophy department hosted for Pat Byrne, and we celebrated Pat's commitment to Boston College, to the philosophy department, to the friendships and the communities that he has built here. Today we would like to continue that celebration and think really closely with the specific contributions that Pat has made. It's really hard to get a handle on the many and the vast contributions that he's made in the fields of philosophy, theology, ethics, and in service learning education. This morning's panel is going to help us to unpack a little bit of Pat's particular contributions to Lonergan studies. This has been an area of study that's really close to Pat's heart. It's been an ongoing conversation in which he's been involved, and he's been a real leader in Lonergan studies. We've invited some of Pat's dear colleagues and friends. We could have invited hundreds of people who would have told us all sorts of beautiful things about Pat's contributions. But we're just going to give us a small selection of wonderful friends through the years. Jane Kelly Roadheffer, who's going to be here with us from Pepperdine University and the Lilly Fellows Program, who's worked with Pat, was a student of Pat's and has worked with Pat for years, couldn't be here with us today. She's quarantining at home, and so she was very disappointed not to come. But with that, I'm just going to turn it over to Jeremy Wilkins, who's going to introduce our speakers this morning, and hopefully we'll have a great discussion about Pat's many contributions to Lonergan studies. Thank you.
Good morning. I should turn on my microphone. Yes. See if mine is better than hers. Hello. Is that better? I've been practicing my teacher's voice for years. It's a pleasure. It's an honor to be here. As Kerry mentioned, for those of you who don't know me, I'm Jeremy Wilkins. I'm in the theology department. It's my honor, in a way, to succeed Pat next month as director of the Lonergan Institute. I say in a way because, as Pat mentioned last night, he was astonished. He's astonished now, looking back, to realize how ignorant he was when he started teaching. And to be in the Wednesday seminar with Pat and Fred is to be reminded every week how astonishingly ignorant one is. So it's easy, I think, as a young student to dream of stepping into the shoes of your teacher. It's actually quite frightening when it's time to happen. I will say one thing. It's not my remit to speak in praise of Pat, but to introduce others who will do so. I do just want to say one thing. Lonergan speaks of this experience of the startling strangeness of intellectual conversion. Pat midwifed that to me when I was here as a graduate student in an unforgettable moment in my life. He really is a tremendous teacher. And one of my proudest dimensions of my life is that my son Abraham is here and has attached himself to Pat, and I couldn't be better pleased to know that my son has such good judgment in the choice of a mentor and role model as to choose Pat. Abraham reported to me last night. It happened, not last night, last month. It happened for me, intellectual conversion. I feel like I'm floating through the ceiling, and that was because of Pat. So 2 generations of Wilkins owe a great debt to Patrick Byrne. Our first speaker, now that I'm done making a fool of myself and embarrassing Pat, our first speaker today is Paul St. Amour. Paul was a graduate student here and then went to Fordham and did a doctorate at Fordham University on Kierkegaard with Jim Marsh, a very beloved member of the Lonergan community, a very happy memory. And since 1998, he has been in the philosophy department at St. Joseph's College in Philadelphia, St. Joseph's University, excuse me. And over the past decade and a half, he's really been establishing himself as one of the most relentless and insightful advocates of Lonergan's macroeconomic contributions in a series of publications and lectures, in addition to other work that he does in philosophy on questions of theodicy, on faith and reason, and other important topics to us. He and his wife, Andrea, have 6 children, all adults, safely, whom they homeschooled intrepidly. And so in this way, he's also like Pat, a devoted father and husband who knows how to put first things first, and we admire him especially for that. So let me turn it over without further ado to...
Thank you very much, Jeremy. And thank you, Carrie, for the invitation to be a part of this. It's a wonderful thing. Start off talking about Lonergan. One of the many things that people appreciate about Lonergan is the expansiveness of the horizon he was attempting to disclose. This horizon has both existential and metaphysical dimensions. It explores both the heights human living might attain under conditions of minimally restricted knowing, choosing, and intelligent cooperation, and the depths to which we can fall when our hearts and minds are closed off. While preparing for this panel, I found some notes from a session of a Lonergan workshop led by Pat Byrne many years ago. One particular line read, "Lonergan is trying to expose a horizon for communication where nothing that is important will be left out." This morning, I would like to suggest that the range and depth of Pat Byrne's own concerns throughout his career exemplify this ideal that nothing important be left out. Pat was never content to be a specialist who knows more and more about less and less. His contributions on multiple fronts to Lonergan studies, philosophy of science, ethics, and economics are important because they bring clarity and light to the human condition and to the axial possibilities currently facing contemporary culture. First, with respect to Lonergan studies, many of us continue to stubbornly insist that Bernard Lonergan was an important thinker, a systematic philosopher on par with the best. Pat has sustained an unfaltering commitment to creatively advancing the achievement of Bernard Lonergan. His efforts have aimed at clear interpretation of Lonergan's thought. He has attempted to understand the wider historical contexts and Lonergan's relation to other thinkers, such as Shaler, McIntyre, Jane Jacobs, Joseph Schumpeter, and others. Pat engages in dialectical issues, in critically adjudicating Lonergan's assessment of meaning and value vis-a-vis alternative positions and counterpositions. His many efforts to creatively develop and explicate the relevance of Lonergan's thought have provided the rest of us with an exemplar for how Lonergan's achievement might be mediated into the future. Second, there is the importance of science. The emergence of modern empirical science marked a development that Herbert Butterfield suggested was the most significant event since the birth of Christ. Yet prevalent cultural assumptions regarding the nature and aims of science tend to betray the actual performance and deeper motivations of concrete practitioners. A one-sided empiricism emphasizes taking a good look, but tends to overlook the significance of insight and theory. An outdated determinism exaggerates the importance of prediction. The Baconian declaration that the goal of science is mastery and control of nature is uncritically accepted. Mathematics has been construed as instrumental reason par excellence, as purely calculative, as the evisceration of mystery. Romanticist critics of modern science bemoan scientific progress as a draining of mystery from the cosmos. Hard-headed naturalists never seem to tire from pointing out the hostility of the material universe relative to human aspiration and values. Religiously motivated critics of science have too readily agreed with their naturalistic opponents' assumption that science is inherently opposed to theistic belief. Their attempts at various counteroffensives have all too often warped not only science, but theology as well. In his teaching and writing, Pat Byrne has done much to critically expose these sorts of assumptions as cover stories, obscuring the true nature and aims of mathematics and science. He has emphasized the actual performance of scientists and mathematicians, the unrestricted desire to know as a legitimate motivation, the intelligibility of the universe, the coexistence of mystery with a vocation of seeking intelligibility, the compatibility of scientific understanding and religious faith, and the implications of rationally affirming God as an unrestricted act of understanding. Thirdly, there's the importance of Pat's substantial developments upon Lonergan's ethics. But as Charles and Jen are going to be speaking to that, I leave that to them to focus instead on Pat's sustained dedication to understanding Lonergan's macroeconomic theory. A correct understanding of the dynamic functioning of the economy as a whole is tremendously important for shifting probabilities in favor of human progress. Macroeconomic conditions constitute a significant component of the total existential context in which human persons and communities live out their destinies in the world. A dysfunctional economy undermines the good of order and can hinder actualization of values on social, political, cultural, personal, or even religious levels. Our capacity to correctly understand the dynamics of the economy conditions our ability to intelligently cooperate with what is actually required at various times. If we lack correct understanding, we cannot make good policy decisions, and the objective situation likely deteriorates. It follows that a concern for normative macroeconomic understanding is something deeply ethical. Some background might be helpful here. In the 1930s, motivated by the unexpected arrival of the Great Depression, the suffering he witnessed in Canada, and the irrationality of a situation in which there were many unmet needs, many people willing to work, but no work available, Lonergan began what would become a lifelong effort to understand economic process at a fundamental level. Lonergan sought to understand the conditions for optimal economic development and the causes of economic breakdown. He sought to understand the relation between technological innovation and productive capacity. He sought to understand the financial conditions necessary for long-term maintenance of consumer demand. He questioned the widespread and still prevalent assumption that the boom and bust cycle disrupting economic history is something inevitable or necessary. Lonergan came to understand economic process in a dynamic and systematic manner. He clarified in great technical detail why it is a mistake to assume that the purpose of economy is maximization of profit. In place of this mistaken expectation, he proposed that the genuine long-term goal of economy is a sustained increase in the standard of living for everyone. This increase is not brought about by any single line of policy, but requires differentiation and relation of two distinct cycles of economic activity. Economic growth should not be imagined as the surging of a single flow, but requires properly timed policies, promoting two distinct types of expansion. Economic or financial policy mistakes with regard to the exigencies of these two expansions result either in suboptimal growth of production or in an economic slump. Finally, Lonergan also analyzed the short-sightedness and ultimate ineffectiveness of various palliatives, such as deficit spending or efforts to maintain a favorable balance of trade, which are standardly pursued in the wake of economic weakness. While in agreement with the intent of Catholic social teaching to safeguard the weakest and most vulnerable members of society, Lonergan expressed concern that those issuing moral imperatives on economic matters sometimes lack adequate theoretic understanding. He wrote, Cardinal Danilou speaks of the poor. It is a worthy topic, but I feel that the basic step in aiding the poor in a notable manner is a matter of spending one's nights and days in a deep and prolonged study of economic analysis. Throughout his career, Pat Byrne has been seriously engaging in the kind of prolonged study of economic analysis that Lonergan thought was sorely needed. Many of Pat's lectures and publications have focused on the works of Jane Jacobs and Jacobs' relation to Lonergan. Pat directed Paul Hoyt O'Connor's doctoral thesis, which resulted in a book titled Bernard Lonergan's Macroeconomic Dynamics. Paul's book is the clearest exposition of Lonergan's theory I have come across. Pat's own papers disclose the striking relevance of Lonergan's economic theory by attempting to dialogue with currently prevailing concerns. In the early 1990s, with the preferential option for the poor, or in the late 1990s with the international investment crisis. At the 2002 Lonergan Workshop, in the wake of the dot-com bubble and the Enron scandal, the topic was ethics in a growth economy. In the midst of the 2008-09 financial crisis, there was suddenly great suspicion surrounding conventional economics as usual and considerable curiosity about alternatives. Dick Liddy organized a timely New Paradigm for Economics conference at Seton Hall. They had some funds for radio advertising in New York City, and some unusual people showed up. It was the first time I, or probably anyone, ever sat next to a hedge fund manager at a Lonergan conference. Pat gave a fantastic paper that introduced Lonergan's circulation analysis and argued for its relevance by relating it to Joseph Schumpeter's account of economic cycles. In 2012, Pat would co-direct a dissertation by Joseph Cioni titled A Breakdown of the Good of Order, an analysis of the subprime mortgage crisis. In 2016, I had the pleasure of attending a lecture Pat gave at Villanova Law School on finance-dominated capitalism. Recently, Pat taught a course titled Democracy, Economy, and Inequality, addressing here again some of the thorniest and most pressing issues of our times. Finally, we must not overlook Pat's contribution as a co-editor of Lonergan's essay in circulation analysis, volume 15 of Lonergan's collected works. I asked Fred Lawrence what that project actually involved, and he was gracious enough to provide some background. While Lonergan was at Boston College in the final years of his life, he taught graduate-level courses in which he continued to modify his theory. Pat, Charles Heffling, and Fred Lawrence attended every course Lonergan taught. They gradually came to get the gist of the theory and tracked ongoing changes in the central diagram and Lonergan's various reworkings of key terms and relations. Fred reports that Pat's collaboration was indispensable for helping them comprehend the theory itself, but especially the math equations. For publication, Pat's responsibility included accounting for changes in the central baseball diagram and various equations, but also creating new diagrams to indicate what was normatively supposed to be occurring during the various phases of economic expansion. In conclusion, while Pat's sustained work on economics is perhaps overshadowed by his monumental contributions in philosophy of science and ethics, I would nevertheless like to underscore an appreciation for this important and deeply ethical facet of Pat's career. Lonergan noted that, quote, Karl Marx spent his life in the British Museum writing, and he was the great power of the 20th century. If Catholics had spent some of their time in the British Museum, we might have had a good answer to Marx. It is with much gratitude that we thank Pat Byrne today for his willingness to spend a considerable amount of his time addressing this seemingly remote but strangely relevant concern for macroeconomic analysis.
Thank you, Paul. Our next speaker is Father Charles O. Duke, who is presently Vice President for Mission Integration, Diversity and Equity and Inclusion at Lemoyne College in New York State. He is a naturalized citizen of the United States who was born and raised in Kenya. He earned his doctorate here in philosophy with a dissertation working with Pat Byrne on Lonergan's notion of cosmopolis. In addition to decades of service as a Jesuit and Catholic priest, he's held higher academic positions in Kenya, in Sudan, and of course in the United States. He's been a faculty member here and at Lemoyne College in philosophy, and he was part of a team that co-founded Jaramogi Oginga Odinga University of Science and Technology, a Tier 1 research university in Western Kenya, where he was a tenured senior lecturer of philosophy and religion and the founding chair of the Department of History, Religion, and Philosophy, and subsequently dean of the School of Humanities and Social Sciences. His personal commitment to the faith that does justice has transformed law in Kenya, where he researched and helped argue a case before the Arbitration Tribunal, High Court, and Court of Appeal in a landmark burial dispute. The favorable decision in this civil case, Oduke versus Onindo, 2010, advanced the dignity, respect, and rights of women in Kenya. Following this legal victory, he championed a change to Kenya's constitution to improve the participation rate of women in Kenya's political and governance structures. He has actively led efforts to create peaceful solutions in the wake of election violence in Kenya. His passion and dedication to addressing social injustice and racism is inspirational, and his perspective draws from his scholarship in the thought of Lonergan, in the Catholic intellectual tradition, and in Ignatian spirituality. Without further ado, Father Charles Duke.
Thank you very much. That's a very good introduction. And thank you, Kerry, and those who have organized this. we don't know what to call it. Yes, but this celebration honoring Pat Byrne. Paul, thank you for giving us those broad strokes of the intellectual contribution of Pat Byrne, particularly in making Lonergan intelligible and ensuring that nothing important is left out. On my part, my conversation this morning is going to be mainly autobiographical. Okay. I was first introduced to the thought of Bernard Lonergan 37 years ago as an undergraduate by Father Brian Cronin. And Brian Cronin was a doctoral student of Pat Byrne. Okay? And every course Father Cronin taught had elements of Lonergan's thought, both in terms of pedagogy and content. I loved his teaching style, and later on in life, I too modeled my teaching after the style of Father Cronin. What I later came to learn as the integral heuristic structure was the methodological framework animating Father Cronin's styles of teaching. So, my cosmology, I learned the distinction between description and explanation, things as related to us and things as related in themselves through measurement. And later on, I came to figure out that, oh, that was Lonergan. And then in epistemology, to come to grips with the correct understanding. And for many, many years, my interest in Lonergan was actually in epistemology. And the lecture notes that Brian Cronin used, later on he developed that into a book, Startling Strangeness, and then is what became Foundations of Philosophy, and right now is working on a metaphysics. In those early days, my interest in Lonergan's thought was mainly epistemological and to some extent metaphysical. And like every Lonergan scholar, I grappled with the three primordial questions. What am I doing when I am knowing? What is known when the process of knowing is taking place? And what is the implication of the known in decisions and choices? Fast forward, 14 years later, when I began doctoral studies in philosophy, my interest had shifted to questions of social and ecological concern. And I kept asking myself, what is Lonergan's response to the social and global challenges we live through? My interest and attention turned to both the social and ecological questions. What I wanted to discover for myself is how Lonergan's philosophy, as articulated in Insight, responded to social and ecological concerns. My questions were articulated by Lonergan in terms of what Lonergan framed as a social SAD. So using a mathematical analogy, there were certain numbers, such as the product of the square root of 2, that do not yield an integer and are referred to as irrational. So similarly, in life, there are situations which at the outset seem to lack intelligibility, such as the civil war I had witnessed in the Sudan, which was interpreted through the lenses of religious conflict, or through a war of natural resources. Okay? And at that time, the waters of the Nile and oil. And the wars that we continue to witness are wars over natural resources. And the wars that we are going to face in this 21st century are going to be over water. So prior to working as a missionary in the Sudan, I had spent 2 years doing graduate studies in India. There I had encountered a complex, rich, ancient culture, and also the plethora of religions. Yet I could not get over my own experience of alienation and discrimination by the Indian caste system on the basis of my black skin color. And that was the challenge that the Dalits and the outcasts lived through. So Lonergan refers to such instances which do not make sense as a social sad. So this includes today the denial of the reality of climate change and the other pandemic that we are dealing with in this country of systemic racism endured by brown and black people of color. So it is in this context that I began my doctoral studies, and Byrne became instrumental because I was asking the question of the relevance of the thinking of such a great philosopher, Lonergan, to social and global concerns. Little did I know that actually these were the questions that led to the foundation of the Pulse program. How do you make philosophy not just intelligible, but relevant to the lives of our students? So it is Byrne who brought my attention to the significance of Lonergan's notion of emergent probability and also the notion of schemes of recurrence. And so for me, this expanding worldview, this dynamic worldview, which Pat articulated in his earlier writings, God and the Statistical Universe, 1981, and the writing of 1982 in the Thomist Sources on Lonergan's dynamic worldview. This, for me, has been the major influence on my own works, and that is how I have been able to find Lonergan relevant in thinking through the socio and ecological concerns. And so it is this theoretical framework that I have constantly brought to bear on my engagement in social issues. And it has not failed me. You know, even when at the beginning of the pandemic that we are living through, I began rereading Insight. And people were asking me, "You are reading Insight?" I said, yes, this is the first time I want to read Insight just purely to be able to understand. I'm not doing it for an exam. I'm not doing it to teach. I'm not doing it for a paper, just to understand. But it did not take long as I went through it, again, to affirm and to verify that the conditions and the schemes that we are looking for are yet to emerge. And when they emerge, they will form a new way of living. And so this theoretical framework, which largely guided my articulation of Lonergan's cosmopolis, is something that I owe to Byrne. And thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Father O'Duke. Our third speaker is Jen Sanders, someone I've known for a long time because she was at Boston College for a long time. Jen is a triple eagle. She received her BA and her MA in philosophy here before transitioning to a higher science and doing her PhD in theology with a dissertation on Trinitarian themes in the Summa Theologiae of Thomas Aquinas. I could read you the title, but it's rather elaborate. I was very pleased to be actually on that dissertation board as part of my experience of coming here. She's been a long time and grateful student of Professor Byrne for reasons I think we can all understand. For the past 3 years, she's been teaching theology at the University of St. Thomas in Minnesota and at the St. Paul Seminary. Boy, Freud is everywhere. At the St. Paul Seminary School of Divinity, also at the University of St. Thomas. In the fall, however, and we're very pleased both for her and for ourselves because of the things we care about together. In the fall, she begins her position as the inaugural Mooney-endowed professor of Catholic Studies at St. Louis University. There, her focus will be on interdisciplinary studies and whole-person student formation, a thing that she might have learned a thing or two from her mentor here at Boston College. Her scholarly interest is in the conversational analogy for the Trinity, in the tradition of Augustine, Aquinas, and Lonergan, and in the implications of this analogy for Christian communication and conversation. Currently, her research is in integrating Lonergan's law of the cross with Martin Luther King Jr.'s theology of nonviolence. She met her husband, Matt, here. He, too, was a student of Professor Byrne's. Together, they have 2 children, Luke and Gemma. Matt is in St. Louis looking for houses. Jen is here doing a higher duty. They enjoy biking, building marble tracks, and eating donuts after church. So without further ado, Jen Sanders.
All right. Well, first, I want to thank those responsible for this event and including me today to honor Professor Byrne. So thank you to Carrie, to Mary, to Jeremy. I'm very grateful to be here with you all, so thank you. When I took Insight with Professor Byrne, I had wanted to write on Cosmopolis, so he actually suggested Charles's dissertation to me, which I read many a year ago. So it's an honor also to be here with Charles. All right, so I first met Professor Byrne during my senior year here at Boston College. I was writing a thesis on Immanuel Kant's Critique of Pure Reason. Professor Byrne was the chair of the philosophy department, so we met to discuss my project. He gently suggested that given my angle on Kant, perhaps I would enjoy reading Bernard Lonergan. As a BC student that frequented the Lonergan Center in Bapst, I knew the name Lonergan, but had yet to study his work. Fast forward 4 years, and Professor Byrne was in Florida at my wedding rehearsal dinner, giving a toast that began, "You are all probably wondering, what is a Lonergan?" This so-called Lonergan merited explanation because my husband and I met through the BC Lonergan Master's Scholarship Program. Many of our friends there that day had met through a shared love of Lonergan and the remarkable ways in which studying Lonergan and the people with whom you study him can be transformative. Pat affectionately became known as the Professor that weekend in Florida, where he and his wife Joan also impressed everyone, as we heard last night, with their moves on the dance floor. This name, the Professor, is fitting for a man who has sat on the board or directed over 40 doctoral dissertations, founded a thriving service learning program for undergraduates, and chaired, in my humble opinion, one of the most valuable philosophy departments in the country. I have been asked to comment upon Professor Byrne's contribution to ethical intentionality in Lonergan studies, which is first and foremost a fundamental contribution to the field of ethics. He has genuinely advanced the contemporary philosophical conversation about the possibility and meaningfulness of ethical decision-making. His work in ethics demonstrates at once the intrinsic value of his own scholarship as well as the achievements of his own teacher, Bernard Lonergan. The extraordinary list of articles, conference papers, and books Professor Byrne has written reveals someone who is not only an exceptional scholar, but also an extraordinary teacher. He is a person in whom the complementarity of scholarship, teaching, and the examined life is apparent. His commitment to the Pulse and Perspective programs for undergraduates, as well as the quality of his own philosophical work and mentoring of graduate students, disclose how natural this complementarity has become to him. In short, he is a philosopher par excellence, a person whose love of wisdom guides every aspect of his life. For me, the integrity of Professor Byrne's life as a scholar and teacher is clear in the ways he has been my teacher, not only in person, but also in writing and in ways unaware. I expect the same is true for many of us. I would like to take a few moments to express gratitude for some pieces of Professor Byrne's scholarship and some of his courses that have been a source not only of intellectual growth for me, but also, and even more so, personal growth. As I neared the end of my master's, I found myself once again in Professor Byrne's office. This time I was there as one of his students, taking an oral exam for his course on the ethics of Kant and Lonergan. By this point, I had studied Lonergan with Professor Byrne, and he had become one of my most important and influential teachers. In fact, the most important and influential teacher. In his office that day, as I was preparing to leave BC for Marquette University, Professor Byrne said something to me I will never forget. He told me that he would always be my teacher. What he meant is that he would continue to be committed to my intellectual and existential journey even as I left Boston for Milwaukee. 12 years later, he continues to live up to that promise. Professor Byrne has accompanied me through a dissertation, pedagogical questions for my own teaching, and major life and career discernments. His genuine contributions to and advances of ethics have deeply informed my own thinking and living, especially his work on discernment, prayer, conversion, feelings, and nonviolence. I look to Professor Byrne as a model for scholarship and teaching, but also as an example of how to be a friend, a parent, a spouse, a Catholic. I remember a conversation I had with Carrie Cronin one day in which she shared that she would follow Pat Byrne into battle. I would too. Professor Byrne is an exceptional scholar, teacher, mentor, and friend because he takes seriously his responsibilities and vocations. He considers the decisions he makes with the thoughtfulness befitting one who has passed through what Lonergan calls the existential moment. What I have always admired most about him is that this Lonergan that he explained at my wedding is evident in his very life. He is a living and breathing example of the practical and existential value of self-appropriation. In 2016, Professor Byrne published The Ethics of Discernment, Lonergan's Foundations for Ethics. While the title of this book pays homage to Lonergan's achievement, this book represents Professor Byrne's own achievement. It is the work of a scholar making original and valuable contributions to the field of ethics and stands out as an advancement of philosophy in its own right. That is, while Professor Byrne is one of the world's leading Lonergan scholars, he is first and foremost a philosopher, and in the deepest meaning of that term. At the same time, when reading Professor Byrne's work on ethical discernment and the role of feelings therein, one gets the impression that he is, quote, actually this is not a quote, I made this up, reached up to the mind of Lonergan as Lonergan, quote, reached up to the mind of Aquinas, end quote. The vivid details he provides about decision-making and his lucid descriptions of the role of feelings disclose the source of his own contribution to articulating the structure of ethical intentionality, namely his own hard-won self-appropriation of this same structure. In this way, he does for the structure of ethical intentionality what Lonergan did for cognitional structure. I suspect this groundwork emerged from his experience in building the Pulse program and in his involvement with his parish. When my husband and I lived in Roslindale, by chance we attended Patton Jones Parish and discovered, unsurprisingly, the impact they had on that community, especially their involvement with the RCIA programs. My own doctorate is in theology. Professor Byrne served on my dissertation board, and he would remind me occasionally that he was not a theologian. But in my experience, he has been one of my most important teachers in understanding Lonergan's soteriology and Trinitarian theology. And his scholarly contributions are not limited to Lonergan or philosophy, nor are they confined to academic circles. Instead, they span Aristotle, economics, philosophy of science, evolution, Ignatian studies, pedagogy, and theology, and prove applicable to teaching, social justice, and everyday decision-making. More recently, he has engaged topics as diverse as Edith Stein's phenomenology of empathy, quantum mechanics, environmental ethics, and Alistair McIntyre's philosophy. Holding his work together, though, is ethical discernment and the value of human ethical endeavor in this universe. As a Lonergan scholar, Professor Byrne's mastery of the breadth of Lonergan's work is truly astonishing. This mastery is apparent in articles such as The Fabric of Lonergan's Thought, which is a tour de force of Lonergan's philosophy, theology, and economics. It is also found in some of the essential clarifications that he makes in Lonergan's studies. For instance, consciousness, levels, sublations, and the subject as subject fundamentally clarifies the discussion about the fifth level, while also achieving control of meaning over the metaphor of levels itself. His mastery is perhaps most evident in his insight courses. These have transformed many hearts and minds, making self-appropriation a reality for students. No single course has been more intellectually and existentially important for me than this insight course. Ever the generous teacher, this same course is now freely available online. As might not be a surprise, I believe our shared human history benefits from self-appropriation and Lonergan's efforts to introduce history into Catholic theology. And Professor Byrne is among the most significant figures in this endeavor. In his recent essay, Discernment and Self-Appropriation, Ignatius of Loyola and Bernard Lonergan, Professor Byrne retrieves the most profound elements of Lonergan's essay, The Mediation of Christ in Prayer. Lonergan's essay reflects on Christ's prayer life and the cross. To this, Professor Byrne adds a depth and richness to the meaning of Christ as mediator that has left an indelible mark on me. This essay in particular has profoundly shaped my own discernment and enriched my most intimate relationships, my self-understanding, my sense of meaning, and my appreciation of my personal freedom and responsibility for this, quote, indeterminate but upwardly directed universe, end quote. Similarly, in his essay, Analogical Knowledge of God and the Value of Moral Endeavor, Professor Byrne answers a question Lonergan raised in method, but did not answer systematically, namely, is there any value to human ethical endeavor? He extends Lonergan's analogous account of God as an unrestricted act of understanding to, quote, include God as the unrestricted act of valuing and loving, end quote, which is the basis of establishing the meaningfulness and value of moral endeavor. This foundation is a major contribution to Lonergan's studies, and even more so to the essential task of a Christian response to someone like Friedrich Nietzsche. This essay has helped me to responsibly affirm with Lonergan that we live and move and have our being in a friendly universe. And with Martin Luther King Jr., that, quote, the moral arc of the universe is long, but it bends toward justice, end quote. There have been moments in my life when I have relied on what Professor Byrne has taught me about the meaningfulness of our universe and our ethical endeavors. Times when my heart and mind have sought some sort of rebellious refuge in the absurd, in the face of tragedy or disappointment. In those moments, I have found hope and consolation in what Professor Byrne taught me about what Greg Boyle calls the slow work of God, and what Augustine says about God and this universe, that God, quote, would by no means allow anything evil in his work, unless he were so all-powerful and so good as to produce good even out of evil, end quote. In his article, Ressentiment and the Preferential Option for the Poor, Professor Byrne takes Friedrich Nietzsche's critique of Christianity seriously and investigates the potentially problematic relationship of the preferential option for the poor and the phenomenon of ressentiment. I have returned to this article frequently whenever I consider the ways ressentiment is operative in my own life, in our church, and in our culture. Many years before I came to BC, I had watched the Gandhi movie, which planted a small seed in me about nonviolence. Over the past few years, this seed has begun to germinate anew. I was excited, but not surprised, that Professor Byrne had written on this topic. He brings Martin Luther King Jr.'s letter from a Birmingham jail and the practice of self-purification together with his own work on feelings and values. Professor Byrne explores what nonviolent activists are doing when they are being nonviolent, especially through self-purification. Recently, I was talking with Professor Byrne about a paper I'm developing on nonviolence. In the middle of our conversation, he reached for his daily devotional, which contained a reflection on Martin Niemöller, a Lutheran pastor who gradually converted to nonviolence in Nazi Germany. This small act left an impression on me. In that moment, I was touched by his own personal commitment to a way of life that roots out ressentiment and seeks to create friendship in its stead. Just as one gets the sense from reading Professor Byrne's work on ethics that this is a man who takes his own discernment and actions seriously, so too in reading his work on Ignatian spirituality, ressentiment, and nonviolence, one appreciates that this is also a man committed to the universal vocation of mediating the law of the cross into human history and contributing to the, quote, unfinished glory, end quote, of our incomplete universe. He is a man that seeks to attune his own feelings to the divine, unconditional feeling horizon. This inner peace is evident in the personal relations he has developed with students, colleagues, friends, and family. And I am truly grateful to count myself among those who have been touched by Professor Byrne. Thank you.
Well, these are getting harder and harder to follow, it seems like. One of the compliments that was paid to Professor Byrne last night is that he's a man who cares about institutions and understands their value and is committed to building them. We saw that legacy in his students, in Father O'Duke particularly, and perhaps Jen is taking up that baton in her new appointment. Our last speaker tonight is not one of Pat's direct students, but a mover and shaker like Pat, and a person who cares deeply about institutions and has been very successful, and that is Monsignor Richard Liddy. He is Professor Emeritus in Religious Studies at Seton Hall University, where he has been University Professor of Catholic Thought and Culture and Director of the Center for Catholic Studies. Father Liddy did his undergraduate work at Seton Hall and did graduate work at the Gregorian University in Rome at the time when Father Lonergan was there, so he had the experience of having his Christology and Trinity courses taught by Father Lonergan, which must have been something for a Malta. And he did a dissertation at the Greg on the thought of Suzanne Langer and her philosophy of art. Langer was somebody who was also very influential on Lonergan and his own thinking about art. Subsequently, has published 2 studies of Lonergan, important studies, Transforming Light, Intellectual Conversion in the Early Lonergan, and Startling Strangeness, Reading Lonergan's Insight, which goes into some detail about his own experience encountering Lonergan and encountering that book. He's also written about Newman and Lonergan's relationship to Newman, Lonergan's relationship to Augustine. One of the things that, of course, we have learned the most from Father Liddy about is this program that he started at Seton Hall, the GEM Fellows program, to try and help leaven the faculty at Seton Hall and leaven the sense of an understanding of Catholic identity and mission and purpose in Seton Hall, in part through the communication of Lonergan's thought. And that's something that Pat and Carrie have looked at very closely to try and emulate here at Boston College, and something we hope to be continuing in years to come. So we all owe a great debt of gratitude also to Father Liddy. With that, I will stop and let you start.
Yeah. Where to start is the big question. I'm delighted to be here, delighted to be paying tribute to Pat, and I don't have my notes written out. I never do. But I'm saying how rich this experience has been last night and today, this morning. And I'm saying to myself, I really have to ask the speakers for their talks and just to read them. And last night I was so touched by the tributes to Pat. And Lonergan, of course, is this great intellectual, but what strikes me is the interpersonal and the loving and understanding of one another and building community and building structures that foster the human good. I just, before I came yesterday, I received an email. I just got a call. I don't know if anybody heard that. My nephew calling me. But a woman who had studied here at Boston College wrote to me, and she saw that I was going to be on this panel this morning. And she said, I saw your name recently listed as a member of the Lonergan panel for the Pulse program at BC. She was a friend of mine, a Trappist monk who passed away about a year ago, a fellow named Jeff Byrne. And she says, I will be watching via Zoom on Saturday morning. I graduated from BC in 1982 with a BA in theology and in human development. I was a member of the Pulse all 4 years and a member of the Pulse Council my senior year when Dick Keeley was director. Pulse was an amazing and life-changing experience for me that exposed me to many aspects of theology, philosophy, and social justice, and helped to direct my career path and who I have become as a person and a Christian. So much of what I was learning in my freshman Pulse class, person and social responsibility, was new to me and very exciting. I would bring my books home and talk with Jeff, that's our mutual friend, about what I was learning, and we would have many lively discussions. I remember your name from Jeff mentioning you as a good friend and wonderful mentor. Anyway, Lonergan and personal relationships and the Pulse program and Pat retiring. Recently at Seton Hall, I retired. And one of the good things about retiring is they do things for you. You know, they made up a little festschrift, essays in honor of Monsignor Richard M. Liddy, Core on Core, Modern Culture in the Catholic University. It has a picture of Caravaggio's Last Supper. Beautiful, did a beautiful job. Greg Floyd is now the head of the Center for Catholic Studies there. And he asked Pat to write an article, and Pat wrote the article, University as Friendship in the Good, the Achievement of Richard Liddy. And he was taking advantage of a phrase of a mutual friend of ours, Father John Hoy, who passed away about a year ago, Jesuit, who's spoken at the Lonergan workshops a number of times. And John Hoy would refer to me as Richard the Good. And so I thought that I'd entitle my talk this morning about Pat as Patrick the Generous. Patrick the Generous. Because he's done so much for us at Seton Hall. And it sounds like he's done so much here at Boston College and in his parish and the Pulse program. And just all his academic work has been giving himself to the world. As I read his essay the other day, I was very, very moved by it, about how generous he was in talking about me. And I thought of the scribe who came up to Jesus and said, Good Master, what must I do to attain eternal life? And Jesus says to him, why do you call me good? Only God is good. It's a real turn there. And so I'm sure Pat says, why are you calling me generous? But he has done so much in so many ways. And a fellow who's a visiting professor at Seton Hall now, Mike Stebbins, I mentioned to him that I was coming up here for this tribute to Pat today. And Mike said, you know, I listened to every word that Pat spoke. It was very, very beautiful, short, quick, everything that he says, I really listen to deeply. And that's the way I've felt about Pat through the years, just listening to him. And I hear this, and I remember working in the Baptist Library and my book on startling strangeness, and Jen being able to help me in that very august library there. And Jen, you were terrific help of running and getting me things and doing this and that. So great friendships and in the service of the good and the intelligible and the true. I think of one talk that Pat gave some years ago on Piaget, and the talk on grouping of operations, and Pat gave such a good talk on illustrating, in a sense, what happens when one has what might be called an intellectual conversion and the experience of a startling strangeness. And talking about the child learning to walk across the room and how many operations it takes to learn to just walk across the room. And then, of course, you bang into something. And you have to reverse all the operations and come back to learn how to come back after running into a wall or a person. And intellectual conversion is reversing, as Pat brings out in the article he wrote on my book, Startling Strangeness, that it's an inverse insight, that you realize you've been asking the wrong question or been heading in the wrong direction. But it leads to a higher viewpoint, learning to live life on a higher level, and being able to move and change direction. And how many times we have to change direction in life. How many times we have to hit dead ends. And yet, as Jen brought out in her talk, God bringing good out of everything in a friendly universe. So Pat has been really generous with his time. It's so obvious in listening to people speak. And he's so blessed us at Seton Hall, coming to give workshops and seminars and lectures. And a couple of years ago, the faculty, we have this program called, Fred mentioned it last night, the GEM Fellows Program, and run by Linda Garofalo and Danute Norse, two wonderful women who were able to put into practice some things that I couldn't even begin to do. But they brought the faculty to Trieste, where Francesca Zaccarone hosted them. And they invited Pat and Fred to come along and lecture them in that context in Trieste during the summer. And I think the day before Pat was supposed to fly, he realized his passport had run out. And I think it was the day before. And so somebody talked to me about absent-minded professors, and I was happy to hear there's another philosopher who, and it took quite a bit of running around and paying, a lot more. And finally, he was able to get the flight to Trieste and had a wonderful workshop with the Seton Hall faculty and with Fred and Pat. And, so he's been so generous. And it's been wonderful to get a feeling for his feeling for human relationships and building institutions and building communities of friendship, communities of the good. I'm trying to write a book now on Lonergan's use of Newman, John Henry Newman. And I've just finished reading Muriel Trevor's second volume, beautiful autobiography of John Henry Newman. But in this second volume of her biography of Newman, she talks about all the problems that Newman had with Catholics. He spent so much time, all his years, and most of the biographies focus on him becoming a Catholic in 1845. Well, he really didn't know what he was getting into. And it's really amazing, all the problems and difficulties he had with bishops and people had with him. And finally, in 1879, he was made a cardinal of the church by Pope Leo XIII. So as I was listening last night, I was thinking of redemption in our relationships and Newman's experience of that, and he tries to write about that. You live within a community, but you also love the community, and you love the people in the community, and you learn how to live. And it is a lot of times not an easy, as we all know, not an easy process. This whole business of living the human life and the religious life, and the Christian life and the Catholic life. I have an image of Pat in the chapel at St. Mary's, the times that I was up here on fellowship. I'm so grateful to Boston College and the Lonergan Institute for the ability to come here for sabbatical. And I have an image of Pat in the chapel, sitting, just being with the Lord. And so I know where his generosity comes from. And I'm happy to be here today to pay special tribute to a special man on this occasion, Patrick the Generous. Amen.
I'm grateful to all of you for this presentation of the breadth and the depth of Pat's goodness. Part of his goodness, of course, is that he's very uncomfortable with all of this public praise. And I was going to put him on the spot to offer a rebuttal. But it happens that he's been saved by the clock. So just on behalf of all of us, thank you very much for everything. The measure that you measure out will be measured back to you. And just everyone, please join me in thanking our panelists and in congratulating Patrick the Generous.
Thank you very much. We'd like to invite everyone to take a coffee break. We'll have a break for about 15 to 20 minutes, and then Paul Kidder will be giving us the keynote address today. Thank you very much again to the panel. We really appreciate it. Thank you.
Yeah, good to be with you. Yeah, God bless you.
Good morning and welcome to all of you, to the folks who were here this morning for the Lonergan panel. Welcome again. And to those who are arriving now for the more pulse-focused portion of the program, welcome. My name is Megan Sweeney. I serve as the Cooney Family Director of the Pulse Program for Service Learning, the 6th Director of Pulse, and I'm a faculty member also in the Theology Department. I'm really, really delighted to welcome you all here today. As many of you know, we had hoped to have a 50th anniversary celebration of Pulse in late March 2020 when the pandemic struck. Our hope was to eventually have a delayed celebration. 52 or 53 or 54 is the new 50. And so when it became known that Pat would be retiring at the end of this academic year, it seemed so obvious and so fitting that a delayed celebration of Pulse should happen at the same time as the celebration of its founder, Patrick Byrne, on the occasion of his retirement. Pat has a probing intellect and is a person of many interests, and he is also a very good friend. Although he leaves an imprint on many people and areas of study, his legacy will continue in very special ways at Boston College through his founding of Pulse in 1969 and his directorship of the Lonergan Institute from 2010 to 2022. Pulse and the Lonergan Institute are delighted to join together today for this celebration. I would like to introduce my colleague in the Lonergan Institute and the Perspectives Program, Carrie Cronin, who will offer a couple of announcements and then introduce our keynote speaker and moderate this next session. Again, welcome.
Thank you. Welcome back. We hope you got something to eat and a little caffeine. If not, please make sure you help yourself. And if you go through the room that food is set up to the left, there are restrooms beyond that. Also, I just want to remind folks that if you parked in one of the parking garages, we have parking passes to get you out for free. Also, after Professor Kidder's keynote address, we'll be breaking for lunch, and at that time we have a tour guide from the BC Admissions Office who has very kindly, who will kindly offer her services during the lunch break. If you would like a tour of BC's main campus to see some of the new buildings, she will be here at 12:15. She'll be standing in the back corner. You can find her, and she'll bring people on a short tour. You can see many of the new buildings, including the new building where the Schiller Institute has been established. It hasn't been named yet, so if you're feeling like you'd want to make a big donation, maybe you'd like to name that building. So I am delighted to introduce Professor Paul Kidder, who is a long friend of Dr. Byrne's, of Boston College, of the Pulse and Perspectives programs. Dr. Kidder is a professor of philosophy at Seattle University, where he's been teaching since 1989. He received his PhD in philosophy at Boston College in 1987 under the directorship of Pat Byrne. He's written and taught on metaphysics, the history of philosophy, continental philosophy, philosophy of art and architecture, ethics, with a particular emphasis on ethics of urban affairs and international development. On a personal note, I would also like to add that in either 1984 or 1985, I had the great privilege of having Paul as a teacher in Perspectives 2, Modernism and the Arts. I can attest personally to his many gifts as a teacher. His spirit of inquiry and wonder was infectious. Over the years, Paul has come to BC many times to speak at Lonergan workshops. He's been a wonderful and faithful friend to the Lonergan workshop throughout the years. His dynamic presentations have always been high points of the Lonergan workshop weeks. Today, he's going to offer us a talk entitled Patrick Byrne and the Art of Urban Self-Appropriation, and I think it'll be a real treat. So please help me in welcoming Professor Paul Kidder.
Thank you, Carrie. I want to begin with a question for the people in the back. Can you hear me? Okay, great. Lots of thumbs up there. I am here today to relate the scope of Pat Byrne's intellectual interests to some specific dimensions of the Pulse program, evoking a sense of his place in the program's original vision and its ongoing development. As I think about that scope of intellectual interests, I feel like a person standing before the Grand Canyon, awestruck and gaping, who is then asked, "Could you describe what you see?" If one could overcome speechlessness, one does not yet know where to begin or even how to describe what one is experiencing as a single phenomenon. As a graduate student, my studies with Pat included logic, ethics, epistemology, metaphysics, all the areas that are central to graduate study in philosophy. To three of us in the philosophy graduate program, he offered individualized weekly sessions in his office on the thought of Bernard Lonergan, patiently working through the countless difficulties of understanding that we had. But Pat's teaching also goes beyond philosophy into many interdisciplinary subjects. In a course on self-knowledge, we examined depth psychology. When auditing his Perspectives 4 class, I saw his approach to geometry, chemistry, and statistical science. I saw how he approached Darwin's Voyage of the Beagle and Origin of Species. I will never forget the unique form of mental exhaustion that I experienced when Pat filled the blackboard with equations demonstrating Einstein's special theory of relativity. After which he said in his inimitable, upbeat manner, "And then here's how you get the general theory." In Perspectives programs workshops, I shared with Pat in discussions of moral and political theory and the history of the social sciences. From his writings and lectures, I have learned about Aristotelian science, macroeconomic systems, the novels of Jane Austen and George Eliot, theories of urban planning, and the theology of the statistical universe. The range of these interests reflects a particular idea of what it means to be an educator. We ask our students to immerse themselves in a great array of fields, challenging them not just to dabble, but to meet standards of rigor defined by the methods of those fields. Yet we think of that vast and vastly varied range of studies as a single thing, as a liberal arts education, or even specifically a Jesuit type of undergraduate education. Pat is the type of educator who does not merely set that great multiform task before students, but engages in it himself, and has done so throughout his whole professional career, studying all the sorts of things that students study, so as to assist those students not merely in mastering his own specializations, but in making sense of the unity of the university's educational vision as a whole. A word that helps to name the unity of this task, as Pat understands it, is the word self-appropriation. It is an idea that is born of the ancient dictum of the Oracle of Delphi, "Know thyself." But it reflects a recognition that the question as to who and what I am leads in countless directions. For example, one of the things that I do all day, every day, is biology. I had, for many years, a notoriously impish family doctor, and when you asked him what he had been doing lately, he would say, metabolizing. And certainly nothing could be more essential to being who we are than our metabolizing, such that the study of biology can be considered as much part of the task of self-knowledge as anything is. In metabolizing, we are participating in natural processes organized into interdependent systems. We can think of all sorts of disciplines in this manner as being addressed to systems in which each of us is participating every day: physical, chemical, biological, and psychological systems, but also social, economic, political, and cultural systems. They shape our identity and our place in the world and in history. It is through participation in systems of cooperation that we form the relationships and values that bring meaning to our lives, as those lives unfold within individual and communal narratives fueled by the power of feelings and engendering symbols. Nothing, therefore, in the study of the academic fields associated with these life dimensions is irrelevant to the task of knowing oneself. At the same time, all of these dimensions of self-inquiry, by their very nature, draw one beyond the self. The questions that arise from one's self-curiosity and self-concern can unfold properly only when one sees oneself as a being among beings, a being within being, a being with a limited horizon, shaped by ignorance and bias as much as understanding and knowledge. For inquiry to be fruitful, questions must be seen as indefinitely larger than the questioner, must be pursued for their own sake, listening intently for where the question is leading one. We sometimes refer to this as disinterestedness, which is appropriate in that one is trying to refrain from steering the investigation to a desired outcome. But it is equally what Pat calls the passionateness of being, the intensely felt desire for understanding that begins with oneself, pulls one beyond oneself, and then brings one home to one's place in the larger cosmos that is mediated by meaning. The unrestricted scope to this power of questioning makes it uniquely liberating. While Pat does not hesitate to acknowledge the pervasiveness of narrowness, short-sightedness, prejudice, and bias that fills history and becomes sedimented in our institutions and ordinary ways of doing things, still, the open-ended potential of questioning, the way everything stands ready to be questioned, inspires his intellectual voraciousness and his relentless enthusiasm for teaching. I think in this connection of Plato's insistence that students in his academy begin their study with mathematics. It was a unusual and controversial demand, since math was commonly thought to be useful only in specialized situations. Plato's aim certainly was to use mathematics to cultivate critical thinking skills, the experience of rigorous proofs that lead to irrefutable conclusions. But more significantly, I think, Plato wanted students to have that experience of the astounding powers of the mind that math affords. The way this precise and meticulous form of thinking can suddenly blossom out to reveal forms of intelligibility that lie at the very heart of all things. Such realizations can have a profoundly liberating effect. As teachers, we are privileged to be present at those moments when such liberations occur, when a student becomes suddenly enthralled with the vistas opened by the life of the mind, or when they awaken to the problems that they will dedicate their lives to addressing. I have been speaking of the task of self-knowledge, but self-appropriation is much more than knowledge of oneself and the world, for we are not merely bodies of information, but are acting agents, moral beings, interpersonally living persons. Here we may invoke another word that draws together many of the threads in Pat's thinking, the word discernment. The word evokes connotations of listening, reflecting, and finding one's way. In moral terms, it may be seeking one's calling, learning what the conditions of one's responsibility demand. In theological terms, it may be trying to understand where the agapic love that overfills one's heart flows, and how divine grace is at work in one's spirit, making possible the actions that otherwise seem so difficult. But this endeavor of discernment, I must hasten to add, is not divorced from all those issues and inquiries that I associated with self-appropriation, because you can't do good if you don't know how things work. There is a back and forth, a dialectic between understanding and action, between questioning reflection and work in the world. Whatever direction this dialectic takes, it has the effect over time of settling one into one's habits. Habits that run deep and become definitive of one's personality and identity. Fred Lawrence likes to emphasize the spontaneity that results from this inevitable habituation. When the ship hits the iceberg, he says, there are people who, without a moment's thought, go scrambling for the lifeboats, climbing to get in. And there are people who, without a moment's thought, start helping other people into the lifeboats. A story about the latter kind of person that comes to mind is associated with a personal experience. In 1984, when my wife Paulette and I were impoverished graduate students here at BC, back in Seattle, my 22-year-old brother-in-law was fooling around with a friend's handgun and accidentally shot and killed himself. Paulette and I couldn't afford to fly back for the funeral. We thought that Paulette's family would normally want to pay for the flight, but they were telling us not to come because they didn't want to disrupt our studies. But when Pat Byrne heard about it, he immediately said, no, you have to be there. And he, without a moment's hesitation, picked up the phone to find a family member who could carry the charge for the tickets on their credit card until we could reimburse them. I'm sure there are many in the room who could tell stories like that about Pat. For a university situated within a city, students, faculty, and staff pursue the project of self-appropriation, of discernment, of habituation within the context of urban systems of cooperation and competition. Systems with varying degrees of function and dysfunction. It is common for such universities to see their mission as one of service, including service to their home city. The university inspires its graduates to bring values to their careers, to be persons for others, to help heal the wounds of urban poverty, discrimination, abuse, and suffering. The university most ardently intends success for its graduates, but also intends that they understand that their success depends on the contributions and sacrifices that others have made for them. That graduates understand this and act upon it, giving back to the community generously, including, of course, to their alma mater, a matter of importance, of which I have been reminded constantly via emails, flyers, postcards, magazines, and phone calls from Boston College for nearly 40 years. But as the groundbreaking writer Jane Jacobs observed in her 1960s books on American cities, there is an awkward inconsistency in the service-driven mission of such universities. They tend not to be very good neighbors. Certainly, many of their faculty and graduates do good things for cities, but as institutions, universities tend to imagine themselves as Arcadian retreats where learning can take place removed and protected from the distractions and problems of the surrounding metropolis. And this Arcadia is typically an expanding entity, gobbling up blocks of the city to dedicate them to what, in the eyes of the surrounding community, functions as single institutional use. The service learning initiatives of the 1970s sought to overcome some of this contradiction. Surely our primary mission is to our students, the thinking went, but if what we wish for our students is a life of service, should we not incorporate the experience of service into their educational path? And would not the needs of the surrounding city be the obvious place to realize this intention? Service learning immerses the whole person in the circumstances of those affected by inequality and discrimination. Students are required personally to orient themselves to those circumstances and to respond appropriately. The religiously faithful among them experience the many shapes that love of neighbor can take and what these feel like. An educational pedagogical framework for such an immersion turns out to be appropriate, for genuine service has to be an act of listening, of learning, of discovering the agency of the people that one is trying to serve, of realizing the limitations of one's own personal resources and skills in the face of the many life challenges that a program like Pulse's community partners seek to address. Pulse is significant for not only being among the first and most ambitious of these programs, but for aiming from the first to adapt its courses to complement and inform the service that students were doing. It is important to emphasize, I believe, the vulnerability to which academics were exposing themselves at this moment. The openness to the possibility that the mission of Boston College, so deeply held and so eloquently expressed, did not manifest itself in the curriculum as genuinely as one might have assumed. That the vision of the core itself might need to be renewed in response to the experience of student service to the city. In this light, we can see that what Pat and other leaders in the program have advocated is urban self-appropriation, an activity to be engaged in by students, faculty, and by the university as an institution. Every citizen desires what they would call a good city. But so often, they think of it the way that they would think of a good hotel, the amenities, the quality of the services, the affordability. But contrast that with the way one thinks about a good family, a phrase that includes implications of an encouraging environment for the cultivation of character and responsibility. In seeking this dimension of person and social responsibility in the Pulse program's connection with the city, Jane Jacobs was a helpful guide because her vision of the good of cities included this dimension of the way systems of urban cooperation shape values and habits. She was also the kind of thinker who could really shake you up. She was a disruptor who posed her insights into the life of urban neighborhoods in New York, Boston, and Philadelphia as a confrontation with the planning and architectural experts who had envisioned a new modern city rationalized by academic theory and aesthetically ordered on the drafting tables of brilliant architects. These experts, who would sweep in heroically to solve the problems of cities, did not seem to realize that the city is already full of problem solvers, whose organization of urban activities often reflects generations of practical insights, attuned not to a comprehensive plan, but to countless lived situations to which particular insights have responded. If one is to plan, if one is to get some sense of the internal organization of cities, one must begin by getting inside the problem solving that is happening at that level every day. Urban self-appropriation means realizing that the decisions that we make about living, working, and getting around conform to patterns of urban organization with internal dynamics and long histories. The pattern of organization advocated by experts in America after World War II was one of separation of urban uses through single-use zoning regulations. Jacobs criticized this pattern for the way it robbed neighborhood streets of their mixture of uses and hence their interest and vitality, the way it broke down the community-enhancing encounters that happen in pedestrian-oriented neighborhoods and make them safer and politically stronger. The separation had the effect of exacerbating the stratification of American society along economic, gendered, and racial lines, while its promotion of car culture ultimately led to a large-scale flight of residents to the suburbs, causing a depopulation of many central cities that has had consequences as disastrous as anything in our urban history. Against this model, then, Jacobs reasserted the value of walkable streets and neighborhoods, the retention of a mix of urban uses, of building types and ages. Such a mixture not only activates streets, but can create a range of affordability of spaces, encouraging all kinds of ventures, including the startups that are sources of innovation and economic opportunity. This is not merely a geographic or architectural design vision, but one addressed to social justice. For the mixture of uses encourages a mixing of people who must start out as strangers, but may acquire the kinds of neighborly ties that become crucial when neighbors need to work together towards common purposes. Getting to know people, as Pulse students soon realize, can be surprisingly powerful in breaking down barriers and forming qualities of community. Economically, promoting small ventures, spin-offs, and startups in cities can temper the inequalities created by the concentration of capital in massive ventures, whether they be public or private. Concentrations that can cause booms among a segment of the population that drive up costs for everyone. Walkable cities can work for those with great means and those with little means. The vitality born of urban diversity of all types can make for a city that people want to strengthen rather than abandon. Jacobs' vision remains an alternative vision rather than the dominant vision of American cities and their growth and development. But it has gained a new urgency in the face of the looming threat of climate disaster. We can electrify our means of transportation up to a point and can generate that electricity renewably up to a point. But to really turn around our carbon emissions will require more dramatic changes in how we organize our lives. Urban environmental advocates are embracing the model of the 15-minute city, where most of the necessary activities of work, shopping, services, and recreation are within a 15-minute walk from home. The very significant problem of embedded carbon, that is, the carbon that is released when we tear buildings down and the carbon released in the manufacture of new building materials, especially concrete, is changing the face of preservationism. Whereas architectural preservation advocates have traditionally reserved their efforts for buildings that are of historical, artistic, or economic importance, now we may need to simply try to save everything that can be saved. And more than ever, we need those startups and spin-offs who will gain by disrupting the status quo in markets. For there is only so much innovation that one can expect from companies who will profit most in the short term if things remain just exactly the way they are. The urgency of these matters tells us that a program like Pulse was never more relevant and never more needed. Our students live in a time when they can feel deeply threatened by the world while also cut off from it. They need the experiences that make its problems real and personal, while convincing them of their ability to understand the complexities of problems and their potential solutions. For this reason, it is a blessing to have a program that stubbornly refuses to compromise either the experiential or the academic side of the equation, making the partnership with community organizations rich, meaningful, and useful, while achieving the rigor of thought necessary to engage in the debate over urban visions that affects the lives of every city dweller in every life circumstance. The academic dimension of the program, just as much as its overall purpose, bears the stamp of long traditions in Jesuit higher education, including the tradition of putting philosophy and theology at the center of the liberal arts core, and the tradition of locating Jesuit universities in cities. Through the study of philosophy, one comes to realize that the struggle for urban social justice and prosperity is not so much a struggle of good over evil, but a struggle among competing, highly nuanced, and intelligently argued conceptions of the good. Through theology and religious studies, one comes to appreciate the dimensions of transcendence that cast the toils of this world in a sacred and redemptive light. One may understand the reasons why Christians can experience their connections even to strangers as part of a community of love within the mystical body of Christ. With the Pulse program now at 52, and Pat even a little bit older than that, we can attribute to both of them the wisdom of age. But they are young in light of the arc of history in which their calling was conceived. We may be grateful that academic programs and universities are ever renewed with the energy and enthusiasm of new generations of students. We may be encouraged by the fact that the university has every reason to promote the continued success of Pulse, and we may be confident that the program will continue to shape the university's understanding of what the Jesuit ideal of education can be. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. Paul reminds us that the central activities of service are deep listening and wondering together. And in that spirit, we're going to open up for about 20 minutes of questions and comments. And we will ask, we do have some wonderful students who are going to help us with microphones so that the part of our community today that is Zooming in can hear all of our questions and conversation. So we'll invite you to offer reflections or questions. And once again, please just signal and we'll bring a microphone to you as quickly as possible. Okay, thank you.
Thanks so much, Paul. I was really struck by your comment that a good city should be more like a good family and less like a good hotel. And I wonder if you could talk about that from your own experience. Where do we have sort of policies and initiatives that really promote that good family? And how can we kind of move those further in the direction? Thank you.
And when you say we, You're thinking the university? Okay, yeah, oh, okay. So I see that as a conversation that has to take place in those places where the interaction of the university with the city is actually taking place. Certainly, you know, in a service learning program that's in dialogue with community partners, that's where the kinds of values are going to come into the conversation that are about care of persons, human development, and in the process, in those conversations, of course, you have to learn each other's language. That's a big part of it, isn't it? And the categories one uses. I'm very self-conscious here today of being an academic who talks like an academic, but I have been in many situations where different languages are being used, whole different terminologies for talking about the same thing. So those kinds of situations, the service learning is the obvious place. Also, I've done a lot of work on master planning of universities, being on committees with community partners, and that's where you get the sense of, you get those conversations where the university's idea about what it means to be a responsible citizen comes out, and the community leaders are there to say, no, that's not it. No, that's a nice idea, but that's not how it works, you know. And so you can have those conversations. And in those kinds of situations, you also have city officials involved. So that's the kind of context in which I got to meet, you know, people who work for the city. And one of the things I would always say is, you know, why are you on this committee? Oh, well, I teach Jane Jacobs, and, you know, I'm into city stuff. Oh, Jane Jacobs, I love her. So these are people working for the cities, you know, who have that kind of vision and kind of often feel frustrated that they can't do more to try to realize it. So those are some contexts in which the conversations can happen, I think, that, yeah. Fred has a question.
One thing I think you're, in a way, indirectly or almost directly talking about is the bureaucratization of all our institutions. And bureaucracies are operating not in terms of practical responsibility, practical discernment in Jane Jacobs' sense, but they're more interested in power, and yet they don't realize what you talked about in terms of the different meanings of power. And I wonder if you could say a few words about that.
Okay, Fred, if you could submit that question on a form, and I will take it up with a committee. Sorry. Well, certainly power is present. The issues of power are present at every moment in the process of urban self-appropriation of institutions and individuals. But of course, we don't want to, and I know you don't want to, reduce them to issues of power. And so just as there are different visions of the good, so there are different visions of the type of power that should be invoked and should be necessary in these cases. So in every way possible, one needs to resist the bureaucratized power that becomes mindless and just, this is how we do things, or we don't have a way to consider that question. That has to be resisted by individuals often who are in those situations where decisions are being made. So that is a kind of the power of people with insights and integrity they try to bring to the processes. And then also there's the power of organization. So the power, there's on the one hand the power of brute force, the power of institutional might, and there is the power of organization. And often in the relationship between institutions like universities and neighborhood communities, you get into those kind of struggles of what kind of power is involved. If the neighborhood is pretty well organized, I don't know about Boston, but in Seattle, if the neighborhood is pretty well organized, there are bureaucratic mechanisms that they can trigger that will really handcuff the institution in a nice way. So different kinds of power, yeah.
Hi, Jim Forbes. I was a Pulse Council member years ago. A question. You made me think of the public good as becoming a commodity, something someone can purchase and own in some ways. And I was wondering if you could speak to that and whether there's a valid analogy there or not, as opposed to it being something we communicate with each other through, own together, etc.
Yeah, well, I don't think that idea of purchasing the good works. I don't think that works. Certainly we are a commercial economy, and our cities are founded on a commercial economy. So the good of the systems, right, involves commercial activities at every phase and economic health. And so I don't want to in any way belittle the importance of commercial success of cities. That's part of the goal. But the good that really makes a difference, I think, is where people look into their souls and try to take actions that are inspired by the intrinsic value of the good and the pursuit of truth for its own sake, and that's where you have kind of beacons of people who are really defining things you can't buy in terms of character, value, and the like. Yeah. So again, my perspective is from Seattle, where we have a lot of money being thrown around there, and I'm always struck by the things that people do with a lot of money, do try to buy, and it's interesting when they fail, right? For example, the efforts of Amazon to overthrow the city council, to defeat candidates, turned out to be you're pouring vast sums of money into the campaign. Well, that turned out to be why the public voted against all those candidates, precisely because it was kind of a takeover So, or the perceived as that. So there are cases where you can have good examples of that. Yeah.
I was struck by the fact that you noted that the foundation of Pulse represented a judgment about universities and their fulfilling of their mission. In the 52 years that Pulse has been around, there's growing evidence that universities have been, in fact, engines of inequality. And so I'm wondering if you think universities need reform or renewal, perhaps more radical than something that Pulse represents. And I only bring this up, I know it's taking away from urban self-appropriation, but you mentioned you are on strategic planning boards at universities and things like that.
So nice to have just easy questions today. Well, the perspective I take on that is the positive thing I want to say is that I think this country is dedicated to expanding the number of people who are graduating from college with four-year degrees. And there's lots of research that says that four-year degrees are something that changes the lives of people in terms of how they participate in society. They're more social capital, as we say, and more actively involved, so forth. So the national attempt to try to educate an increasing portion of the population at that level is a goal that we should feel proud of. And there are different institutions that serve different segments of that population, and I, like you, would like to see those populations expanded and shared across a greater variety of institutions. I think that's a noble task. So yes, I agree. There is a great demand there. We should always think of students who come from disadvantaged circumstances as people who bring into our population experiences that we need to know about and learn from, and therefore are enriching our community in ways that we can't even imagine. So I'm for that, but I'm also for all kinds of institutions that will serve that. And for any teacher here, I want to say that we should never complain about our students. We should simply teach whoever is put before us to the best of our abilities. And I had a colleague who told me that one day and said, "Oh yeah, that's right." And I haven't complained very much about students since then.
Technology. So some of that may actually answer the question that came to my mind. Pulse, programs like Pulse, doing a great job helping with urban self-appropriation here in the city of Boston, Seattle, what have you. And is it time, or do we need a different model to shift to recognize that the cities and the non-cities are where the conflict is coming now? That's, I think, what the political scientists would tell us, that our larger political being stuck is coming from the division between the
urban-rural divide.
The urban-rural divide. And I don't know, do we need some kind of structure like a Pulse program, or how do we get cities to start talking to our neighbors outside the cities?
Well, again, you know, I'm out in Washington State. We have this mountain range that divides the West and the East, so we're all set there. We don't ever have to talk. Yeah, I think that is an issue for public discourse in all of the ways that public discourse happens, and the protection of forums where public discourse can happen. And it is disappointing that we're polarized in this way, that the discussion has broken down to a great extent. I think, you know, back in the 1960s when Jane Jacobs was writing, she was trying to correct some of the perceptions, the perception that cities are bad and, you know, rural areas are good and they grow all the food and the urbanites are parasites. And she was trying to turn that around and say, no, there's these advantages that come from cities that people don't recognize. And so I think that conversation has to be a lively one. I don't, you know, to get the full picture of what rural communities do for cities and what cities do for rural communities. So in our state, you know, there's a lot of complaints about, you know, Seattle running the state. This is the complaint from the eastern side, that everything's for Seattle, and they get all the money, and they get all, and then we all pay for it. Well, actually, the economic engine of the city means that the city actually, in terms of taxes, you know, they subsidize the rest of the state. You know, this is very easy to prove, that in terms of the revenues coming in and the expenditures going out, that the city is a great engine. So I'm not trying to be one-sided about this, but there are benefits of cities that get lost in the discussion. And I do think that the climate change issue is huge in this conversation, that if you want to protect rural areas, if you want to protect the rural way of life, with our growing populations, you want people to want to live in dense urban areas, right? Because that's going to protect those rural areas and keep them from being filled with subdivisions and ruining habitats and so on. So there are reasons to push for cities, even if you don't particularly want to live in one. That would be the argument.
Yeah, I was a Pulse student in the early 70s, and I worked for a nonprofit in Boston, but every time there's a new mayor, there's always the discussion about the pilot program, payment in lieu of taxes. Some universities are more generous than others. And maybe if the Pulse program was more well-known citywide, it would help, because I'm looking at the list, and there's so many Boston organizations that Pulse supports. When I was in Pulse, it was at Boston State Hospital, Mass PERG, but I think that's what's missing. It's always going to be that town gown, too, that whole issue about, you know, students move in, they make housing expensive for people who live, say, in Brighton, whatever, and the fire services and all that, but look at the economic engine that BC is. But I want to see if there's a way that Pulse could be more prominent when the university is having a discussion with the city, what all the students do on behalf of the university.
Yeah. Good point. Thank you.
Hi, my name's Michelle Stark-Barrett, and I was the assistant director of Pulse for many years and work at Holy Cross, and am familiar with the Jesuit network and the excellent reputation that Seattle University has for its engagement with the city. So I'm just wondering having been at Seattle as long as you have, if you could share a story or two of things that you've seen your institution do in terms of a commitment to the city that has made you especially proud and that you could see perhaps being replicated at a place like Boston College.
Oh, good. Thank you. That's a fun one. I don't want to boast in any way compared to Boston College. I'm in awe of what happens here. I always have been. Our efforts at Seattle University, I think, have in some ways been faltering by comparison over the years. But I'm happy about where we are now. We had a service learning program when I arrived at Seattle University many years ago that was kind of hit or miss. I mean, in terms of the university's support of it. It was one of those kind of initiatives that some faculty put together and, kind of kept it going on a shoestring and so forth. And then sometimes there'd be a rough year and it'd fall through. And that was just a terrible thing for the community partners, because you're depending upon this relationship and the university drops the ball. So it was something to be proud of and then very embarrassed about. So we finally got our act together and committed substantially to it. And this transformation, I think, happened in terms of we're in an urban setting, let's be a good neighbor. I think eventually, I was saying that when I arrived, and the administrators were saying this line, but our mission is to our students. And that's where I would raise the question, and what do we want our students to do in the world, right? Well, service, okay. Well, how can we overcome that paradox there? And so the university, to be a better neighbor, service learning was an important component of that, not just in what we did, but in changing the mentality. Well, what do you mean, be a good neighbor? Well, here's an example, service learning. And then eventually, I had nothing to do with this, but the university got this idea of imitating the Harlem Children's Zone, so that we would define an area of blocks around the university that was where we would focus our service work of all kinds. And so we call it the Center for Community Engagement. And so that's a thriving program. It's service learning, it's involvement with community leaders, it is community-based research is clearinghouse for those kinds of projects. So it's a great multi-form kind of thing. And something that I've been begging for many years was, let's make this program a storefront on the street that faces the neighborhood. And just got that. I was invited to be on the oversight committee for the building that we were designing for that purpose. So that's a very happy thing for me.
All right, I think we better wrap it up there. Thank you so much. Can we thank Paul again? Thank you. Thanks so much, and we do have lunch, which is the good news. There are boxed lunches, so you have many options for lunch. So you can take your box and go outside. You can stay in here if you like. We have another option of, we have some pulse-focused conversations that you could join and take your box of lunch and head to a specific, so find Megan and Aiden in the back, and they will organize small groups with some questions to work through at lunch. Or if you'd like to just hang out here or outside, we'd be happy to have you do that. We also have a tour guide here. Thank you very much. So if you'd like to join a quick tour of BC and see all the new things that are happening on campus.
It's feedback on my laptop. Thank you. As a new teacher in Pulse and then as director of Pulse, Pat's guidance and mentorship have been invaluable in my efforts to keep this world-class instrument, or my efforts to attempt to keep this world-class instrument that is Pulse finely tuned. It can play a beautiful sound, but it needs a lot of love and care and attention. And over the years, I've witnessed Pat give brief versions of the history of Pulse, and my hope for a long time is we might get a fuller version of the history of Pulse. And so it is with great delight today that Pat is going to give us a fuller version. I think it's not the full version, which I think would probably take hours to do, but a fuller version of the history of the program, which will then be followed by a panel discussion of most of the former directors of Pulse who are with us today. So, Pat, please, thank you. And Jonathan is working on this. Thank you.
Is this working? Okay, great. So thank you so much, Megan. And I especially want to give thanks to all the people who are responsible for putting together this forum today. So certainly Megan Sweeney, Eileen Sweeney, Carrie Cronin, Mary Elliott, Shantari Baliga, and I hope I didn't leave anybody out. As many of you know, we were hoping to have a 50th anniversary celebration 2 years ago. We fell 10 days short. It was scheduled to be March 25th, 2020, and the university closed down for the pandemic on March 10th, or March 15th, so we just missed. I also want to say something very important about Megan Sweeney. Megan was worried about Pulse reunion becoming a super spreader event. And we were talking about this, and I said, no, let's wait to see what the university does, because I really wanted to have it, and I'm sure lots of people made really stupid decisions like that, but Megan actually canceled the reunion prior to the university's decision, and it just shows the kind of care and wisdom that Megan is exercising in the direction of the program at present. I also wanted to say there's so many people we have 50 plus decades of Pulse people who've gone through the program present. And in the reception this afternoon, I really encourage you, I know you want to catch up with people from your year, from your classes, from your Pulse Council membership, but I really encourage you to talk to other people who you don't know and find out what their Pulse experiences have been and what it's meant to them. One of the things that we hope from the Pulse program is that coming out of the experience, it really makes a difference in how people move into their professional and their community and their family lives. And I think it would be great to share those things with one another. And I just want to say personally, it's so exciting for me to see so many friends and people returning for this event. So I'm really grateful to see you. This is the logo we have this year for the Pulse program. And this is one that was not quite the 50th anniversary, but this is the kind of logo we were using for Pulse. And one of the things I like about our current logo is that it goes back to the dynamic sense of how Pulse began. It was a great graphic that people came up with. This, on the other hand, emphasizes those points that Paul Kidder made earlier about the importance of the way in which understanding our responsibilities to community, and particularly urban communities, has been so central to Pulse from its very beginning. And speaking of the very beginnings, I'm not going to actually start with the history of Pulse. I'm going to start with the prehistory of Pulse. And the first part of the prehistory of the Pulse has to do with my parents and my grandparents. So why was I interested in something that we now call social justice? At the time I started my education here at Boston College, it was it was because of things that I learned from my parents and my grandparents. My grandfather emigrated to the United States in 1923 from Germany. And I never was mature enough to ask him before he passed away exactly what motivated him. But I think he was a man who saw what was coming in Nazi Germany, in Germany following the end of the First World War. I think he saw some of the stresses, economic and political, that were going on, and decided to move his then one-year-old daughter, my mother, and his wife, my grandmother, to the United States. But when he came to the United States, he was involved with a German men's society that was responsible for helping Jews settle in the United States to escape the Nazi regime at the just prior to the outbreak of the Second World War. And so that was part of my family legacy, that this is something that we do. My father was in the Marine Corps in the Second World War, and at a crucial moment, story that he used to tell myself and my brothers, at a crucial moment, he encountered a naval officer, an African-American naval officer, and his wife being discriminated against while in uniform in the middle of the Second World War. And my father stood up for this man and his wife, and this is part of the prehistory of the Pulse program. More of the prehistory of the Pulse program has to do with Bloody Sunday. I think we are now reminded, particularly with the recent passing of the great legislator and leader John Lewis, of a day called Bloody Sunday. Bloody Sunday was March 7th, 1965, at the Edmund Pettus Bridge in Selma, Alabama. Edmund Pettus was once the Grand Dragon of the Ku Klux Klan in Alabama. We're familiar with that. That figures in as part of the prehistory of the Pulse program because 10 days later, 17 students from Boston College went back down to Selma, Alabama, particularly to be involved in voter registration efforts there. And of the 17 people who were involved in the group of students who went to Selma, Alabama, about 12 of them were from the Boston College Sodality of the Virgin Mary. At that time, Boston College student body was very conservative in comparison to the most active college campuses. But 10 days later, a group of 17 Boston College students and a Jesuit priest by the name of Francis X. Shea, who became one of my mentors here at Boston College, traveled to Selma to participate in the ongoing demonstrations that continued in the wake of Bloody Sunday. Uh, 12 of them, including upper-class students such as Robert Gunderson, Jared Kiley, Mark Gray, one of only 4 African-American students in his class here at Boston College, as well as freshmen Michael Spock and Tom Schmidt and Rick Lareau and Marcia Flagg Downs, were arrested for demonstrating outside the home of Selma Mayer because he refused to provide escorts through violent crowds so that African Americans could register to vote. Many of those who went to Selma from BC were on the Heights staff, while the rest, including Mike Spock and Tom Schmidt and Rick Lareau, were involved in the Sodality. In prior years, the Sodality of Mary concentrated on fostering an inward-looking form of Jesuit spirituality among students. But by 1965, the BC Sodality members were already moving their spirituality outward into community service. They soon expanded and actively recruited Sodality and other BC students to travel to Selma. They were putting their faith into action and service. One other student involved with the Sodality was Leo Haley, who had recently received his undergraduate degree from BC and at that time was a student in the School of Social Work. He had been involved with the Catholic Interracial Council of Boston and he also went to Selma with the group. While he was there, he was accosted by 2 white teenagers in Selma who slashed an X on his cheek with a razor blade and told him, "This is something to remember Selma by." Upon his return to Boston, Leo Haley continued to work as a community organizer and champion for civil rights and anti-war activities. A year and a half later, in Boston, 3 white men threatened him with a gun, hijacked him and his car, and made him drive around the city of Boston for about 6 hours between about 3 in the morning and 9 in the morning. He escaped and reported his crime to the police, who later apprehended his kidnappers. Haley struggled as to whether or not to press charges against his kidnappers because he tried to live out the gospel. But Leo also had a heart problem and had heart surgery at the age of 16. The night after his kidnapping, his heart gave out as he was driving, and his car crashed into a fire hydrant, and he died. Both the Haley House of Hospitality in the South End, a Pulse community partner, and Haley House here on the BC campus are named in honor of Leo Haley. After their return from Selma, and after the death of Leo Haley, the other Sodality members started Project Opportunity, a tutoring and college preparation program to address the inferior education received by African American children in the then racially segregated Boston public school system. As I later learned, poor white children were also receiving inferior educations in comparison to students at more privileged and suburban schools. I arrived at Boston College 6 months later as a doe-eyed freshman. When I learned of the Sodality's involvement in Selma and the Project Opportunity, I joined right away. The spirit of Leo Haley was a powerful presence in that group. Spock, Schmidt, LaRoe, and especially Father Shea became mentors to me in the practices of faith, service, and social justice. With them and other Sodality members, I participated in tutoring, home visitation with an elderly person, housing rights action, and eventually demonstrations against the war in Vietnam. In deeply profound ways, anything that I had to contribute to the founding of the Pulse program grew out of the examples of faith in action and faith in service of justice that was modeled by Leo Haley, Father Shea, and my Sodality companions. I suppose because of my involvement with these activities, that then newly elected UGBC President Joe Fitzpatrick called me in fall of 1969 after I graduated with his idea about a new UGBC initiative that would make it possible for BC students to receive academic credit toward graduation for experiential learning in the real world. Joe was a political science major, and one of his ideas was an internship as assisting legislators at the Massachusetts State House. He also suggested this new program for Boston College might somehow be modeled on a program at Harvard University called Phillips Brooks House. The UGBC was also committing $25,000 to startup activities. So in a very real sense, credit for starting Pulse goes to Joe Fitzpatrick, who's actually here today. And so I hope you all get to meet him because without his initiative, which was something very unconventional at that time for a Boston College UGBC president to do, the Pulse program would not have started. Joe, stand up. Joe also contacted a graduate student in the psychology department and its social psychology graduate program, and her name was Carol Proudfoot. I thought I had a fair number of community contacts through my experiences as an undergraduate, but she had far more through that social psych program. Carol actually had the title of director of the Pulse program, and I had the title of assistant director. But Carol was only with the Pulse program for a short time. She left BC in the spring of 1970, and I lost touch with her after that, and I just by de facto became the director of the program. So that's how I got to be director of the program. The program originally had the title the Social Action Committee of the UGBC, but we quickly renamed it Pulse because of the dynamic spirit of the late 60s and early 70s. People ask, what does Pulse stand for? We tried lots of different things as acronyms for Pulse. But when someone came up with People United to Literally Save Everything, we realized we were getting silly. And so we now just call it Pulse. And as Rachel Kroll Hennessy liked to say, Pulse stands for a lot of things, but it's not an acronym. Here's the original mission statement of the Pulse program. The Pulse program began as a response to student demands for greater relevancy in attempting to correlate courses and social action projects. The program has refined those initial vague directions into a program with definite orientation. That was a very generous statement. In addition, making impact on society, the program aims to develop in students an increasingly critical understanding of social problems and increasingly sophisticated skills in social action and change. The original logo for the Pulse program, with that subtitle, Social Action Agency, was a mandala with symbols of the peace sign, a black and white handshake, a black power symbol, and Aquarius on each of its four arms. The goal still was social action, meaning change toward more just social structures. Only gradually did the Pulse leadership come to realize that it was naive to think that 100 undergraduate students were going to change society dramatically. But we did come to realize that one of the greatest changes taking place was in the students themselves. And so the program goal slowly shifted from exclusively social action to social service and service learning. But credit for the uniqueness of Pulse goes to another Joe, Father Joseph Flanagan, S.J. Father Flanagan's idea was that Pulse should not be merely credit for service or social justice activities, but for the integration of service activities and classroom academic study. And now you have to understand that, to the best of my knowledge, no one had done this before. There were some precedents of service learning and community engagement learning that trace back to the late 19th century in a few scattered civic engagement and democracy service learning programs that were connected to the land-grant universities and to historically black universities. And there were a few more programs that were just beginning around the time of the Pulse program. But service learning in the Pulse mold as we now know it, and especially as linked to philosophy courses, did not exist. So Father Flanagan was making a great leap of faith and trusted me to do something that I had absolutely no preparation for. So it was his idea that this should be an integrated program of both academic study and service learning. Sorry, I'm having trouble seeing what you're seeing on the screen here. At the time, Boston College, every undergraduate student, in order to graduate from Boston College, had to take 2 philosophy and 2 theology courses, in addition to the other liberal arts courses that were available. So Father Flanagan had the power to make this institutionalized by starting core philosophy courses with service learning components integrated into them. And even though he had me meet with members of the Educational Policy Committee, some of whom told me that this was absolutely not academically rigorous, and others who told me that the community did not want students running around making trouble in their communities, Father Flanagan just basically did it because he didn't actually have to have it formally approved by the EPC. And this is very, very important. So his basic contribution was this was not going to just be academic credit for service, but academic credit for the integration of the two. I will take credit for one thing, and that was that I insisted that the service placements were going to have to do with people, settings that had to do with injustice and suffering, that the service opportunities would be for people who are suffering from economic discrimination, racial discrimination, educational discrimination, health discrimination, and that we would link up with service opportunities that would connect with those sorts of things. So I get credit for that. That was a thing that I did. So Pulse is an academic program with a service learning component, and integral in this is the wheel that has to do with academic reflection. So there's a classroom component, there's an off-campus component, but importantly, it's the conversations that take place through many, many different people, faculty, fellow students, community supervisors, that enrich students in helping to see what the connections are, what questions are raised by each domain of the Pulse program for the other domain. So after a fall semester, the fall of 1965 was, and this is really 6 months after Selma, Alabama, when Joe Fitzpatrick contacted myself and Carol Proudfoot. We spent 6 months doing planning, conversations with Father Flanagan. We had a large number of community leaders that we were in conversation with. And by the end of the fall semester, we had lined up some pilot courses for the spring and some pilot service learning opportunities. And this is the list of them, that the things we had. So we had 60 students who were coming mainly out of their affiliation with the sodality at that point, who became the students placed in these placements. And I have one highlighted here that's called the Jamaica Plain Youth Center. Jamaica Plain Youth Center was something that Carol Proudfoot did come up with. The psych department had an involvement with some agencies in Jamaica Plain, neighborhood of Jamaica Plain. And there was a large number of students who were drug involved, who were in and out of the juvenile justice system, who were delinquent from school, very alienated, probably, all told, probably about 100 adolescents in that category. And so the idea was we were just going to send some Boston College students, and I think there were about 20 BC students in that particular placement to go and just hang out with the kids. No supervisor. This turned out to be a disaster. And very, very poignantly, at the beginning of June, I got a letter from one of the students who was placed there. I will call her Leanne, that is not her name. And she wrote this very apologetic letter, and she just told me how sorry she was that she stopped going to her service placement. And she stopped going because she was overwhelmed by what she was seeing. Among the things, there were people from the local motorcycle gang that was involved with this place. There were students who were very, very seriously addicted. There were students who were psychotic and violent. And they were just sort of coming in and doing all kinds of crazy things in this place. And she wrote about the fact that there was a young woman who was 6 months pregnant, unmarried, who was 6 months younger than she was. And she just said, I just didn't know how to handle all this. And at that point, I realized we needed to do something very different and make these encounters. And this was a kind of encounter I wanted students to have, but not the way I wanted to have it. That we needed to have supervision. And so this was a very important thing. From then on, we would not place students in locations that did not have somebody who was from the community, knew what the community was about, knew what the issues were about, and was able to give our students some insight and guidance to what was going on and be a place where people could process these very strong emotions that they were experiencing. So that was one of the biggest learnings that we did, or that I did at the very beginning of the Pulse program. So that first pilot year, we had 4 courses, 2 of which were taught by Father Flanagan as independent study courses. There was also a young faculty member in the psychology department who was only at BC for about 3 years and then moved on, by the name of Brian Morgan. And these are the people that offered those pilot courses in the spring of 1970. One of the big dramatic moments in the early history of the Pulse program was toward the end of this 1970 spring semester. 2 seniors, David Fago and Marty Lynch. And I saw David Fago on the Zoom link before, so I hope Dave is still with us. They came to Weston Jenks, who was at that point one of my great mentors, and with the idea of starting a drop-in center at Boston College. And the drop-in center came to be called the Joshua Center because, and it was David who came up with the idea that Joshua at the walls of Jericho brought down the walls between people. And this was the idea, to have something that would break down the walls between Boston College students who at that time did not trust professional help services, and to set up a peer counseling that was linked to the counseling office. And they were able to get students who were in some cases in very serious psychological states, some cases using hallucinogenic drugs and getting into bad circumstances because of that. And so they set up this Joshua Center. It was located physically in the basement of Shaw House on the upper campus. There was a 24/7 phone line, and Pulse students manned it 24/7. 40 students doing 2 6-hour shifts per week. We never wanted anybody to be there doing the befriending on their own. So there are 2 people at the same time all the time. They did a lot of training and so on. And that was really, I think, the thing that really boosted the Pulse program into a very successful, important service learning. We had a large number of students, and probably that's what got the Pulse program the momentum it needed to get through the first few years. There are a number of people here tonight who were the first couple of years of students in the Joshua Center, some of whom went on to be on the Pulse Council and became dear friends of ours. But this was really instrumental. There are a number of other placements that took place in that at that time as well. As a result, I actually now had 2 bosses, Father Joe Flanagan on the one hand and Sandy Jenks on the other. And it turned out to be a really great working relationship, and I got a lot of mentorship from both of them in really important ways during those years. So in the second year of the program, after that year when Marty and Dave started the Joshua Center, and we had a few other placements operating, the number of students went up to 120, and this is a rough outline of some of the programs, some of the field placements that we had in that first year. One of my slides has kind of slipped out of place. There's something here that I had highlighted on one of the slides that's called the South Boston D Street Community Library. We had connections with the Action for Community Boston Development Agency in South Boston, and they had identified a problem with the children in the D Street Housing Project. Because they were housing project kids, they were bullied and shunned by kids from other parts of South Boston. And in addition, to get to the community library, they had to cross, it wasn't Broadway, it was probably Dorchester Ave. They had to cross that. It was a very busy intersection. So kids in South Boston did not use the library. So Boston College students, including Richard Keeley, who you'll hear from a little bit later on, put on this massive program to supply, raise funds for, and gather books for a community library for the kids in the D Street Housing Project. So that gives you a little bit of a taste of what some of the early community involvements were at the beginnings of the Pulse program. We also had a number of students come with the idea of, well, I don't like any of the community placements you have. How about if we do this? We did that for a while, and it got a little out of hand. But very importantly, one of the first independent projects was something called Longview Farm. Two students who had just transferred to Boston College came up with the idea of having students go at Longview Farm. Longview Farm was a residential treatment program for adolescent boys who had been involved with the juvenile justice system, had certain kind of psychological issues going on. And our students would go out and tutor them, play basketball with them, and befriend them in ways that were very, very important for the health and recovery of the students at Longview Farm. So that was one of the initiatives that came early on. So in 1970, 71, sorry, my slides are a little mixed up here. We had about 100 students, 5 core courses in those days called simply with the title Ethics. Were taught in the philosophy department. We also had a number of theology courses that joined because Father Flanagan was very close to the chair of the theology department. He talked him into dedicating some coursework to the philosophy program, or the Pulse program as well. My position as director of the Pulse program was, technically, I was a graduate assistant. And as I was going through the files in the Pulse office to do some research for this, I came across a memo in which my salary for the first full year of the Pulse program was being communicated back and forth between the administrative offices here at BC, and that was my weekly salary. But I thought, out of all fairness, I did an inflation thing, so it was really more like about $30,000 a year. But I thought, $100 a week, well, that wasn't too bad. At that time, in addition to my salary, which my original salary, I was paid as a consultant through the UGBC, and then after that, I was being paid by the university through this graduate assistantship. And but the UGBC continued to provide the operating budget for the program, and we came to a very firm decision that all placements were going to have supervisors who we could identify as people who knew the community, knew the agency, could give quality supervision to our students, and we wouldn't accept any, much as we would have liked to have had some opportunity for students to serve in certain areas of certain kinds of communities. Without supervision, we just weren't going to do it. So those were, I think, some of the most important things that happened during those years. There were really 5 people who were very, very important for the beginning of the Pulse program. And I've talked about 3 so far: Joe Fitzpatrick, Father Flanagan, and Weston Jenks. And there was a 4th person, and I could not find a photo of him. I actually asked FX Regan if he had a photo, and he didn't. His name was Dalton Baugh, Jr. Dalton was working for a consulting group in social dynamics, and he was very helpful to us. One of the main skills that I learned was listening and communicating and setting priorities and so on. But at a very crucial moment in the very beginning of the program, people had attacked me for saying that I didn't know what I was doing, which I didn't, and accused me of various kinds of things which I think I wasn't, which weren't true. And I really, my confidence was shaken, and I really didn't think that I should be doing this program. And Dalton took me aside and told me the qualities he saw in me that he thought were worthy. And it was something I absolutely needed. I would have probably left the program if it weren't for Dalton. And he remained a friend and a consultant and an advisor for many years. So these 4 people were really absolutely instrumental in the very beginning of the Pulse program, and instrumental that I even lasted more than a year in it. There was a 5th person. As the program started to expand, I realized that I needed to have good communications with our community partners, have good relationships to be able to do troubleshooting when things went wrong, students didn't show up, or something happened to a student. And remarkably, 52 years, no Pulse student has ever been injured by their involvement. That's not to say, I shouldn't say not been injured because they've done things like fallen off of stairs and things like that, but I mean attacked. We've never had a student attacked. We've had a couple harassed, but nobody actually attacked. And I consider that a work of God. I think it's because there's a hand of God resting on this program that our students have not been seriously injured or attacked in the course of the program. But I also realized that I needed to have good communication, and I couldn't get around to what was now about 15 or 16 community partners. The guy who stepped into the breach was actually the vice president of the undergraduate government. Was elected along with Joe Fitzpatrick. His name was Michael Sheridan. And Mike served as my assistant director. He didn't actually have that official name. He just did it because he believed in the program. And if it weren't for Mike, I'm sure things would have gotten out of control. He was very, very crucial and very supportive. We became very, very close friends as a result. Here's a picture of Mike and Joe from the Heights right after they were elected to their UGBC offices. Well, the bad news is Mike Sheridan graduated at the end of 1971. And I realized how indispensable his role had been to maintain communications, be doing problem solving and interventions. So in order to replace Mike, I needed 12 people. And that was our first Pulse Council. And so each of the Pulse Council members from then to this day had 2 or 3 community agencies that they were responsible to form personal relationships with the community supervisors and with the students. And in some cases, they would actually volunteer at those locations. But these were all people who had been involved in one or another of the Pulse placement agencies in that first full year of the functioning of the program. And there were people who I noticed or who came to my attention as having special commitment and leadership abilities. And so I basically chose the first Pulse Council, many of whom are here today. I'm not going to ask you all to stand up because there's a lot of Pulse Council members here. But some of the fondest memories of my life came from this group. I had an occasion to stand in for a year as interim director in the transition between Dave McMenamin and Megan Sweeney. And during that year, I just was overwhelmed with how the Pulse program absolutely could not function without the Pulse Council. How important it was for maintaining the quality of the program, for building the community sense that we wanted to have. It just was overwhelming to me how much this was the case. And 5 years ago, Megan Sweeney and I hosted, and Shantiri was in on it then too, I think, hosted a national conference. We had faculty and staff members from 25 universities around the United States come to Boston College to learn about Pulse, what we do, how we do it, so that they could take some lessons back to their campuses, in some cases to add on to service learning activities that they were doing, in some cases to start things there. And at a crucial point after the student council had done its presentation at this conference, a couple of people came up to me and said, how do you pay them to do this work? And we don't pay them. And they were astonished. And I said, they just do it out of love. They just love the program. And it's just a remarkable thing that for really 51 years, because Mike Sheridan was the first Pulse Council, but for 51 years we've had this large group of students dedicated to what they've learned and how they've been changed by the program that give back to the program without any kind of recompense at all. But if you're on the Pulse Council, please stand up. Father Flanagan, of course, saw that this was an opportunity to do a special kind of education. So these are people who are coming back to be involved in the Pulse program for the second year. And so he started this seminar for the Pulse Council course, which continues to this day, looking at issues and questions about justice and social structure and culture and their intersection and how they related to social service and social justice. So the Pulse Council course was an opportunity to do the service learning education. The service that the Pulse Council was now doing was a service to the servants that were serving in the community agencies, and also this very special set of community personal bonds that grew out of that. These are pictures from the first Pulse Council. Yes, we really did dress that way. Yes, we really did wear our hair that way. But Richard Regan actually sent me some of these photos, so I wanted to share them with you. So in the second year of the Pulse program, the course configuration started to change a bit. You can kind of just sort of look at some of the titles there. By the end of my tenure as director of the Pulse program, just before I went off for doctoral studies, the program had actually grown to about 120 students, and this was the set of placements we had. And the year after I left for graduate studies, a doctoral student in the philosophy department by the name of Jim Vallone succeeded me as director. Jim had originally intended to be here. He intended to be here 2 years ago for the 50th, but he has some health issues and he wasn't able to come. So we're sorry that he's not able to be with us. All the other directors of the Pulse Council or the Pulse program will be talking about their years and leadership in the council. To cover the other 51 years of the program. I thought this was all I was going to be asked to say, and then Megan Sweeney said, no, you have to talk about the whole program. So I'm going to run through some of the other years of the program, but leave it to my successors to fill in some of the details. So the year after Jim Vallone stepped down as director, Richard F.X. Regan became the new director. Richard was one of the members of the Joshua Center, and he, this is what the configuration of courses looked like at that time. The number of placements, I wasn't able to retrieve exact list of placements from the 2 years that Richard was the director of the Pulse program. But after Megan asked me to talk about the whole of the program, I thought it would be important to say something about what I thought were kind of crucial moments in the tenure of each of the directors. And there's a name up there that I think FX probably recognizes. There was a particular person, if he wants to go into the details, I'll let him do that, a particular person who was consistently trying to undermine FX's authority. This was somebody that had been hired. He was a BC student, but he'd been hired. He was also a youth worker, I believe in Jamaica Plain, and he'd been hired to develop some placement opportunities for our students. And it turned out not to be the most productive relationship. And I came back to Boston College to start teaching in January of 1975. And I was watching FX diplomatically try to wrestle himself out of this rather difficult situation that he had with Joe Glynn. The other thing that I think was a kind of a crucial moment, as I said, I'd come back in 1975, so the program was just about 5 years old at that point. And what we heard from students very frequently was, I've learned so much from my service. And then they would say things like, more than I can put into words. That was always a red flag. This is an academic reflection thing, and you can't put into words. There's a problem here. And I liked my professor. And there was this book we read that I really liked. But I don't see what they have to do with one another. And that was the real challenge. So Father Flanagan believed this could be done, but after 5 years, we still weren't doing it. What was really driving the program at that point was what the students were learning in their service experiences. And it was like there were two unintegrated parts. And so I realized when I came back that if the program was going to survive, let alone thrive, that problem had to be solved. And that was one of the things that I, as a teacher of the Pulse program, started working on. And I tried different things, some of which I thought were pretty abysmal failures, but I learned from them. And I had this metaphor that I like to use for the Pulse program and Father Flanagan. The Pulse program needed to develop really out of nothing. There were no precedents. And I like to say that Father Flanagan gave us a greenhouse for the baby plants to grow shoots and roots and to grow. And that's what we were doing for about the first 5 or 6 years. First of all, getting the reliability and the credibility of the service placements established, but then also how we actually do the integration, this thing we were advertising of the integration of academic learning and service together. And so gradually, myself and then the other people who came to teach in the Pulse program, we started to figure out ways to do it. Things that weren't working, we dropped, we tried other things. And one of the things that we really learned from was the Perspectives program, which had started a couple of years before I came back to Boston College. And it was a shift in the way in which philosophy and theology were being taught at the university, from what you might call kind of an abstract metaphysical way of proceeding to something that was much more engaged with social, political, and ethical issues. And so we were learning lessons from what they were doing in the Perspectives program and started to take those into the Pulse program. Had to be adapted because of the importance of making the connections with the service learning. And so after Richard Regan went off to law school, Dick Keeley became the next director. Dick was also, in the very first year, he was one of the people who was involved in setting up the community library in the D Street housing project. And Dick was director of the program from 1975 to 1992. And this is the time when the program became what we now know as the Pulse program. It was under Dick's leadership. That's the success in making the connection between the service learning academic component and the service component really happened under Dick's leadership. There are quite a number of other things that happened under Dick's leadership, some of the developments of new kinds of community experiences, new kinds of courses, and so on. And the big breakthrough in the history of the Pulse program from that integration point of view was the development of personal and social responsibility, which began in fall of 1976. What was significant from my point of view about this course is that up until then, as you can see from the graphic up here, there were 1 semester philosophy courses and 1 semester theology courses. Students could take 2 one-semester philosophy or 2 one-semester theology or 1 of each, be in the Pulse program. But in many cases, a student might come into the program in the spring and take a course, and they'd have to go through all the orientation and training at the community service partner. And so they were really only useful for about maybe 7 or 8 weeks out of the semester. But when we started doing it as a two-semester course, students would come back in January having not only been trained but also experienced. And the community agencies who partner with the Pulse program now really envy the Pulse students because they know about their reliability, they know about their commitment, they know about their experience and competence. we had a couple of years ago at one of our faculty supervisor meetings, we had a supervisor tell us that she had turned down interns, master's degree interns from another university. She didn't say what the university was, in preference for Pulse. She couldn't take on both groups. She preferred the Pulse students because she knew about the quality. And this is an innovation that happened under Dick Keeley's leadership, that we went to a 2-semester. Students were more valuable to the community, and they were learning more. They could come back in the second semester and operate at a much deeper, more serious, more challenging level because of that 2-semester commitment. It also allowed us to do something else, which was to integrate philosophy and theology. One of the things that I was experiencing in my own teaching prior to this was that students were raising questions about suffering and questions about justice. And we're saying, you know, why would God let such a thing happen? But I was teaching philosophy. I didn't feel like I could bring in theological themes. But they were doing that in the Perspectives program. They were finding ways to talk about the intersection between philosophy and theology. And so we were borrowing some of those lessons. And it was a much more productive way of making the integration happen. So the first year of Person and Social Responsibility, 76 through 77, there were 2 sections. I taught those sections. The next year we were up to 4 sections, and by the end of Dick Keeley's directorship, we were up to 7 sections of Person and Social Responsibility, and the program had grown to 336 students. I said I wanted to talk about what were some of the challenges that happened during the tenure of each of the directors, or some of the significant developments. And one of the major developments was, it was under Dick that the position went from a graduate assistant position to a full-time staff position. So it was now rooted in the university structure as such. Another big one, and I'll let Dick talk about the details of this if he likes, was a new, Pharaoh forgot about Joseph. Those of you who are familiar with the book of Exodus, Joseph is the son of Isaac, who brings his brothers and the tribes of Israel into Egypt during the famine. And then Exodus begins with, the new Pharaoh forgot about Joseph. Well, the new UGBC Pharaoh forgot about Joseph Fitzpatrick and decided to cut off the funding for Pulse. And so Dick and the Pulse Council and the Pulse students organized demonstrations and managed to convince the UGBC to continue funding for the Pulse program. But there was an incredible instability, although it was a good idea to have the UGBC involved because it showed that not just the university but the student body had a commitment to service learning. There was an instability that was really, really difficult to know that the operation of the program rested on who happened to get elected and what concerts and what mud wrestling matches they promised to the electors. And so in 1985, the university actually took over the funding of the program. So we had that stability built into the program, again, under Dick's leadership. And Dick was also able to get a full-time administrative position added later in his tenure because of the number of things that needed to be done to maintain the quality of the program. And then Dick started something called the Resident Authors Program, which has happened on and off. We did it as part of the 50th anniversary celebration. We managed to get all the resident authors except for one. We were going to get Mayor Marty Walsh to come after March 25th of 2020, so that didn't happen. But Dick started this program of bringing in people who had written books that we were actually using in the Pulse courses to have conversations with the students. And one of them, I happened to be on sabbatical the year that one of these happened, and one of the resident authors that came was Robert Coles, who had written a book called The Call of Service. And so I came over to campus when Robert Coles was in these community sessions with our students, and I was just amazed. The students were asking great questions. They were, and I have a great deal of respect for Robert Coles, but they were asking him really tough questions, and I saw him wriggling. And I sat there and I said, you know, not one of these people in this room is a student of mine, because I'm not teaching Pulse this year. I'm on sabbatical. This program is doing amazing things. So it was really quite extraordinary. But one of the great resident authors who came was, of course, Jane Jacobs, who some of us heard about this morning from Paul Kidder's talk. Jane Jacobs was introduced to me by Father Flanagan. I think he actually learned about Jane Jacobs from Father Lonergan. So we started reading Jane Jacobs and her analysis of what makes for a well-functioning city and justice in cities, her condemnation of the building of housing projects and what it did to the lives of people, became very, very influential in the program, has continued to be influential to the present. And Dick wanted her to come and talk, and Jane Jacobs says, I don't talk. Well, one of the few times that Jane Jacobs ever left Toronto to come to a university and give some lectures was the Boston College, and it was because of the friendship that Dick forged with Jane Jacobs. Dick was asked to assume a leadership position in the Carroll School of Management and eventually became associate dean there. And so we needed another director, and the director we chose was David McMenamin. And David and I had a little talk, which I think David might say something about, so I won't steal that thunder, about the directorship of this program. But under David's leadership, the number of students, the number of electives expanded, and the number of person and social responsibility sections expanded. So under the category for Dave of major developments and critical moments is that Dave actually became now appointed as a faculty member, which perhaps for those of you who are not in universities doesn't maybe mean quite as much, but going from a staff position to a faculty position gave Dave and the program a much greater standing in this university. So it was very significant. The Dean of the College of Arts and Sciences made him a faculty member out of respect for the program. But at the same time, he was told, grow Pulse with no new resources. I was involved with a planning commission here at BC called the University Academic Planning Council, UAPC. And both myself and my friend and longtime colleague, the late Richard Cobb Stevens, who headed up another task force in this initiative, said, okay, what we really should do is add 2 more sections to the Pulse program and add 2 more sections to the Perspectives program and give them the funds that they need to hire faculty to do this. And Dave and I wrestled with Jack Newhouser, who was by then the academic vice president. And Jack was very receptive to our petition, and he actually said, well, I can probably only do something like this once on my own initiative, but he granted it. So Dave was finally able to do what he was asked to do because of the reputation of the program and Jack Newhouser's generosity to us. After Dave stepped down from the directorship, he was succeeded by Megan Sweeney, who you've met already a little bit here. And her, under the category of major developments and critical moments under her leadership, was that the university was given a $3 million grant to fund Pulse program activities. Now, there's a story behind this. The Cooney daughter, whose name I keep forgetting, does anybody remember? Anyway, the Cooney daughter had been on the waiting list for the Pulse program. And fortunately, she got off the waiting list and into the program. And so when the Cooney family said, we want to give back to Boston College in a significant way for everything that's happened, what shall we do? Their daughter said, the Pulse program. So this became the point where the directorship is now an endowed directorship. Additional faculty and additional staff positions were provided that enabled the program to grow. I have 493 students down here, but it's probably more like 512, which is what I think Megan said before. I had some spreadsheets that I was fooling around with. So we grew from 100 students. Well, we grew from 60 students in 1970 to 500 during Megan's career leadership. And so in 2019 to 2020, we had 442 students. There were 39 classes operating. We had 60 community partners. And then in March of 2020, the university shut down. Everybody went home. Now this is devastating to a service learning program because almost all of our service learnings were on site and often in places that were very vulnerable to the COVID virus. So we talked about, well, what are we going to do? And several of us met with Megan and Sean Terry over the course of the summer of 2020. And I just didn't think we could possibly do Pulse. But amazingly, Sean Terry and Megan and the 2 Pulse Council members who were working that summer came up with 26 new community partners in the course of 2.5 months. Normally, they add about 5. To boot, all 26 of them had to be online, not in person. And as a result, we had 420 students doing online service in the middle of the pandemic. And I thought at the beginning, well, this is okay. We can, we can kind of get through the year. We can say we didn't close down. But we all know that the education for the students that are doing online service is not going to be what it was. And to my amazement, and I think to the amazement of all of us who taught through that year, and I was actually teaching remotely online myself, our students talked about how meaningful the service that they were doing was. And part of this was because they were experiencing firsthand what it was like to be a vulnerable population, a person in a vulnerable population with limited access to internet and limited access to resources. They were not just serving, they were serving along with them. And it was really quite a remarkable experience. And then this year, we're back to about 90 or 95% in-person service. The numbers look a little lower there. I talked to Sean Terry about it, or maybe it was Megan earlier this week. And part of the difficulty was the transition for some of our community partners back to full-time has been difficult because their staffs have been decimated and their funding has been decimated. So they didn't have the capacity to supervise as many students as they were supervising before the pandemic started. But this gives you sort of a sense of how resilient the program is, what kind of quality leadership it's had. So this year, 62 community partner agencies offering services across these various ranges. I would say also we've returned a bit more to being more explicit about addressing structural, social justice, social action, social change issues since really the beginning of the pandemic. This is actually, I think, in the materials you have in your swag bags, what the growth of the Pulse program has looked like, from 60 students to 500 over the course of 50 years, and likewise the growth of our community partner relationships, which give Pulse and Boston College a tremendous sense of commitment to the greater Boston community. So over 52 years, there have been 345 community partners and agencies, hundreds of supervisors, 1,426 classes, 105 faculty members, 452 Pulse Council members, almost 19,000 students, and I calculate, which Megan and I calculate this number differently, I calculate 3.7 million hours of community service. So I'm getting a lot of credit for a lot of things this weekend, more than I think I deserve. I like to say I pushed a small canoe out into the river. But it's grown into a ship of mercy. And it wasn't me that did that. It was all those supervisors, all those teachers, all those Pulse Council members, all those students who turned this into the flagship program at Boston College that it has become. So, thank you.
So I'd like to invite our esteemed former directors to come up and take your seat. And actually, I'm going to leave that image up. I think it's really lovely. And I think it's a nice metaphor for the conversation that's about to happen. So our former directors, come on up and find your, woo. You okay? All right. Okay, cool beans.
Well, we all know first steps and pulses important.
There you go. There you go. All right. If you want to take your seat right there. And then we're... Dick must have gotten on a jet ski. I don't know where he went. He'll be right back. Okay, awesome. So we had a pre-meeting about 2 weeks ago, and it was a lot of fun. So I have high expectations of what the next half hour or so are going to look like. But there are bios for each of these people in the program book. So I think instead of giving a more formal bio, what I'd like everyone to do, including our current Pulse Council member, is for everyone to introduce themselves. And even if they've already said it or it's been said for them in their own voice, say what their affiliation with Pulse has been. So, Anissa, why don't you start?
Yeah. Hi, everyone. My name is Anissa. I am a junior at BC. This is my first year on Pulse Council. I was in Pulse my sophomore year, and I served at Catholic Charities Labouré Education Center. This year, I'm coordinating Project Place, Catholic Charities Labouré Center, and ABCD Foster Grandparents Program. So it's nice to meet everyone.
Okay.
My name is Pat Byrne. I think I've said enough.
I'm Richard Regan, also known as FX. I think most of what Pat put up there was true. On the photographs, I was not the one with the really big bushy hair, as you may think. I was a member of the original council, involved with the Joshua Center. Dave and Marty are still viewing. Hello, Dave. Hello, Marty. You both look fabulous. And along the way, I was at UCI Framingham, where I met Annie, who had some decision-making issues. She decided to torch her husband or boyfriend, I can't remember what it was, while he was sleeping in a bed. That was an interesting experience. We took a trip to the Walpole Lifers group, and by happenstance, I think Jim Valone was supposed to be a 2-year commitment, but he got an opportunity, I think, to continue his PhD program, and I was the beneficiary of that. Can you hear me or not?
No.
Okay.
Put the lapel a little closer.
No, I'm only kidding. It's on. How's that now?
The lapel needs to be a little closer up.
Can you bring it towards your face?
How are we doing? There we go.
It's a little better.
If you didn't hear me, ask somebody at another table closer to the front. They'll tell you everything I just said. So looking forward to being here. It's a great crowd, very energetic, and for me, Pulse was a life-changing experience, even though I went in a different pathway after Pulse than some of the other people here on the table. Nice to be with you today.
I'm Dick Keeley.
I don't. It's not. It's, I don't think so. I don't think it's on.
It's on the top.
It's on. Don't.
Oh, there we go. Is that better?
Yep.
Okay. I was, as Pat was going through in the history of the program, really got involved in my junior year at BC in South Boston, and served on the first council with FX and others who are present here today. And I was kind of a reluctant applicant to be director. I've been studying theology for a year up at Andover Newton Theological School and really enjoying that. And it was FX who reminded me the other day that at a basketball game in a decrepit gym up there, he encouraged me to apply, and that's where I found myself for the next 17 years. So my card here says, Dave, I was actually there till 1995, so if you would just send over your earnings from those 3 years.
Check's in the mail, Dick.
Very happy to be here.
The check's in the mail, Dick. Okay. So I'm Dave McMenamin, and according to what I see here, I was director from 92 to 13. I'm sitting here actually, I think, with a distinction that is shared only by Pat. Although maybe not, because when I became director, I had no experience of Pulse from the inside. I had never taught in Pulse, as Megan did before she became director. I had never been the assistant, as Pat was apparently before he got just promoted, without being hired. I was actually hired from outside with no connection to Pulse. And it hit me as I was watching the slides earlier, the only remote connection I had to Pulse was there was a picture of Jane Jacobs sitting on a bar stool in that earlier slide. That bar is in Greenwich Village on West 14th Street, and it's the White Horse Tavern, and I drank there when I was in college, so that's my only connection to Pulse. But I'm very happy to have established other connections, and I'll talk more about all those things.
Thank you all for those intros. So Pat gave us a really lovely sort of overview, at points diving in deeply, at points sometimes more on the surface. And I'm wondering at this point, if you have any story or insight you want to share from your time period that was maybe touched on in the PowerPoint, or that might not have been touched on in the PowerPoint. So what's something you want to offer from your own period relative to the overall history of Pulse? And we don't need to go in chronological order, so whoever's ready to speak can speak.
Well, I'll offer a couple things, if you can hear me, that are now, only because the presentation should be fresh in everybody's mind. Pat had a very powerful segment on the solidarity and the students who went down from BC to march there. I noticed one gentleman, young man in the photograph, you may have noticed him, he had a pipe of the guys there before they left. And I have a hunch if you took a before and after picture of those students, the after picture would look very different. The gentleman in the pipe, his name was Hayden. My first law job, my first legal mentor was Joe Hayden, a graduate of BC, and one of those students. With respect to Joe Glynn, is Pat left out a couple of details. Joe was a very accomplished Golden Gloves boxer in Boston, and one of the things Pat neglected to mention when we had transition, he had left, and perhaps he had mentioned it to Jim Valone, but Jim forgot to mention it to me, that apparently Joe expected to get a stipend for his work with Pulse and his involvement. It was unknown to me, So when Joe came to collect his check, and I said, "What check?" We got off on the wrong footing. I did not use that line, luckily. I have my teeth to show for it. But Joe actually was a great contributor to the program and brought a lot of street smarts and street knowledge, and perhaps a touch of strong-arm tactics at times that were, we had to sort out, and that was the sorting out we did. But it all ended well, and nobody was hurt, and we went forward. And I'll hand it off. Anybody else wants to segue off of Pat's presentation, I invite you.
Well, building off, Pat said he wanted me, and he actually said this the other day, to talk about, I guess we would call it the Great Recovery. There was a period, and there was a time at which there was an election, and the student government president came and just told us, we're simply going to take your money away, because the university should, in fact, support it. And my immediate response was to say, but aren't you a part of the university? Do you have some sort of ownership for this kind of thing? And they said, well, yeah, of course, but they should really come up with their money. I said, well, their money is your money in one sense already. But the long and the short of it was, this decision was taken with about a week to go before exams, as I remember. Some of the people who were organizers, here, Heidi and Emily and others were there. But what they did over the course of the next several days was mobilize enough student support that they forced the undergraduate government Senate, that was the ruling body at the time, back into session on a Saturday night. Now, on the Friday night previous, Pat and I had gotten together with Sandy Jenks, whom he'd mentioned before, to talk about what would we do in the event that we lost all the funding. But on that Saturday night, saved by a last-minute vote of one, the Senate overturned its decision. And I remember that we had to go to Sandy Jenks's house on Sunday. This was scheduled, and he had a flow chart up there and said, here's what we'll do. And we said, relax. You don't have to do anything. We got the money. And it was like disbelief. So what came through there, of course, was the enormous respect, I think, that the members of the student government had for these council members and the work that they had done. And then, of course, just the passion and the power of their argumentation, which was really quite something.
Okay, I'll chime in with something here too. First I want to say that on another one of those slides, there was a logo of Pulse with a pencil drawing in the background of the city subway system and the streets, and that is a detail of a much bigger original pencil drawing done by a Pulse council member when I was director. That original is framed and in my house, and Megan, you're not getting it back. Okay, now, so but I want to comment, Pat said, I was likely to say this and didn't want to steal my thunder, so I will. But when I was hired, stone cold out of nowhere, more or less, to run this, I was on the market for teaching jobs in philosophy, and I was being encouraged by some, no, go for the tenure track job somewhere, not this administrative position here. And so I went to Pat. I talked to Pat, in fact, at a conference of philosophers where I was being I was in the philosophy meat market looking for work. And I asked Pat, I was hoping Pat would be my was it Martin Baugh? Dalton Baugh. And tell me the kind of things I needed to hear that he told Pat. But what Pat said to me when I asked him, so why are you interested in me for this job? He said, Dave, because Pulse is the easiest program to ruin at Boston College, and we don't think you would do that. I said, okay, so that was the best I was going to get, and I took the job. And so, but when I interviewed with the then dean, Father Bob Barth, he said to me, I really want you to grow this program. And Pat has talked about growth with no resources. And so that was his focus for Pulse, and that was a good way to start. But I had Bob's voice in one ear, grow the program, and Pat's voice in the other ear. Easiest program at BC to ruin, easiest program at BC to ruin. And so the whole process of expansion, which happened twice during my term, was guided by those two voices. And the thing that always happened in the expansions that I think is worth adding to Pat's point here, because Pat talked about some of the people's significance at the beginning, was that there was always somebody, as much as we were opposed by others in the efforts to expand, either don't give them money or can't hire new this or new staff or faculty, there were always angels who got it, as we used to say in Pulse. And they would always figure out a way that we could do the expansion because they knew how important Pulse was, not just to BC students, but to BC itself as a university and to the community. So that's the only thing I would add really to what Pat had to say about the expansion. But those two voices, easiest to ruin, expand, expand, expand.
Thank you everyone so much for sharing your perspectives and your experiences. It's really, really valuable. One question that we had was just as directors of Pulse, a big part of it is that you're directors of an academic service learning program. And so within each of your experiences, what and how did you think students learned in Pulse? And how has the learning for the students changed? And what do you think this might mean or reflect? So does anyone have any initial thoughts on that question? We can go at whoever wants to say something first.
Sure. As I think about how students learn, in the first place, it's by displacement. Particularly reflecting back on my time, and I know that the characteristics of the Boston College student body have changed, but I think it would be fair to say that in the time that I was director, at least early on in the 70s and into the 80s, you had a student body that was much less diverse, much less acquainted with cities than perhaps you do nowadays. So the very fact of getting into a city and into a situation up against and with people who are different from you is a first way of learning. It may take an awful long time to articulate what that means. But I think equally as important, and Pat has been making reference to the development of courses over the time, are the ways in which students have learned from encounters with books. Great, great books. One of the things that, following up on what Pat was saying about the focus on suffering and injustice, I worked with so many students who were raising those kinds of theological questions that I got the opportunity to offer a course called Suffering and the Challenge to Belief. And it was through the theology department, and it was at a time when the EPC wasn't clamping down, and basically if you came up with an idea for a course, Bob Daly and Joe Flanagan would say, yeah, well, go ahead with that. And that, over the years, has proven to be, as I've talked to people who've come back or been stayed in contact, probably one of the most important courses they took for the books, not for the teacher, but for the books that they encountered. So this book, which some of you may know, a great novel from 1980 by George Conrad, a since deceased Czech writer, imagines a situation in which this guy's been a long-time caseworker, and people come in and talk to him, and he says, go on, keep talking. I think they want me to save them. I know that I can't. And then imagines throughout the course of the book what it would mean to really take responsibility for one of the clients that he encounters. And it is one of the most powerful books I think I've ever read, and our students found it so. Then I was introduced to two texts by my wife, Louise, who is actually taught for a couple of years in Pulse while she was finishing her doctorate. One is the very short story by Tilly Olson that many of you probably know, I Stand Here Ironing. And in that small, beautiful story, there's a woman who is doing some ironing while she's being talked to by a social worker. And what's going on is this interior dialogue about what she knows, the ironer, about her daughter that nobody else can know, and how she gets to the end and she says she finds herself in a beautifully ironic formulation, helpless before the iron of human living, And the other piece that she introduced me to was from the great French thinker Simone Weil, The Love of God in Affliction. Because so many of the people that you would encounter in Pulse placements, whether at Rosie's or Haley House or any number of places, were afflicted in Weil's sense. They were bereft of social connection, they were without mental capability, they were without the ability to have a belief in a God because they didn't have that language. And what can you do in that situation, says Weil? You can do one thing only. You can ask them, what are you going through? And to pay attention, another crucial concept for Weil. So books like that, and then of course the Jane Jacobs book, the Nicomachean Ethics, really became, I think, for many of the students, the key to affecting that sort of connection between what you're doing and what you're reading. That was really what became, so crucial. That's how I saw them learning.
I'm going to add to that, I'm happy that I'm not sitting in Florida because I could be arrested for the phrase I'm going to use next. See, I'm working on my stand-up comedy act, which is like going to be my third career today. But I'm going to use the phrase social learning to describe how Pulse students have learned, at least in my experience. And by that I mean, as Dick was saying, by that immersion in the society and in other people's lives, which is, if I'm not mistaken, that's what social learning is about. And it's students being able to put themselves into the social context and see themselves reflected in that context. And because as Pat was saying earlier, it was all about the integration, and as Dick just referenced, between the academic part and the service part. And it is seeing the service part, to me, it was always seeing the service part as a text alongside the academic texts. It was something that the students were reading constantly throughout their experience that I wasn't reading because I wasn't on the T with them. I wasn't in those sites with them. And so it meant that I had to let go in some ways to let them learn from that text. And I used to encourage them to start thinking as a way to connect the service and the classroom. I had to tell them I tried to always encourage them to start thinking about their service because their time was counted from the time they got on the T. To start thinking of their service as it starts the minute you step off of BC's campus and onto the T. What you can read in the city and in the neighborhoods, you can read out the windows of the T as you travel from neighborhood to neighborhood. And you can read by the people who get on and off the buses and the trains as they move from one neighborhood to another. So don't get on there and close yourself up and buckle down. Experience the T as part of the text of your overall service. And I think that kind of encouragement for them to see every bit of the service as a text in the syllabus really facilitated a lot of student learning.
Well, it's going back quite a ways, but back when I took over the reins from Jim Vallone and handed them off to Dick, which I still think is probably my greatest achievement, because it was a rickety little boat that Pat had handed off, and it was easily to be run aground. But I think what kind of, for me, drove me to Pulse program, and I think the students I encountered as a council member, then as a director, is there was something lacking on campus in trying to learn. You can be intellectually challenged. That's been the model for decades and centuries. Go back to Plato, Aristotle. But that model really wasn't working for people who wanted to be challenged more in the real world, to get off campus, to learn to take your caring for people, to take your desire to make a change, make things better. So people, I think, gravitated to the Pulse program because I think it filled a void that BC didn't provide. You didn't fit. You didn't click really necessarily. You kind of felt you were at BC, but maybe you were kind of like an alien in a strange world there until you kind of found the Pulse program. And you found that there was a group of people with an affinity to want to contribute to do some good. But then you have the clash of your idealism, naivete, and practicality and reality. And for me, a moment where that kind of all came together is I remember a associate, I guess he would be a graduate student teaching in a philosophy program, came to me when I was a director and said, do you know that one of your council members has put Will Wellington in the D Street project, and the D Street project in South Boston had also a street hockey component where the guys would come over from BC, mostly the guys at that point, the street hockey, and number one is a challenge getting there in those days. Nobody had cars, and South Boston was a world unto itself, particularly then, unlike today. And so I knew who Will Wellington was because it was very unusual for us to get an athlete to go through the Pulse program. I'm sure it's more common now with Megan than it was for me in 74. This was 1974. Will Wellington basically had a pretty good set of handles. If you play basketball, good handles means you can handle the ball, and was a pretty good point guard from from downtown Jersey City. So the council member, who was from a far suburb of Boston, thought there was a great mesh between Will Wellington's interest in sports, being an accomplished athlete, D Street hockey. What could be a better marriage? Well, the year was 1974, and a federal judge, I think his name was Arthur Garrity, had decided that could no longer tolerate the de facto segregation in the Boston public schools, and it was time to desegregate by forced busing. I think Garrity lived in Newton, and there were demonstrators generally every day there. Well, one thing that, I'll call him Mike, the council member, he thought it was a good idea, but you got to understand that I changed the name. Will Wellington was black from downtown Jersey City, and he decided to send him over to South Boston in a year where they were doing forced busing, a year which, if you go back through history and look at it, where there were riots, stabbings of students at mostly South Boston, Hyde Park in part. And so we immediately did the right thing, which was, one, get Will Wellington out of there, and we got him into the, I think it was the juvenile delinquency program, which was a better fit, and had to have a talk with Mike, the council member. What were you thinking? Well, sports, I thought of it all, like he'd be an inspiration, it would help integrate South Boston. And I said, well, what were you trying to do? Do you think that perhaps, number one, Will might get killed? Number two, if Will gets killed on my watch and our watch, there is no program and hand over the Dick Keeley. So we got Will out of there, and he worked out well in the delinquency program, and he went on to have a very good career on the hard court. So, but I think that's how you learn. You learn by getting off campus, you learn by making mistakes, and you learn by, back then, there was no refuge to the phone. You couldn't call somebody on the spot. You had to sort these things out yourself. And I don't know how much, from my short tenure, I saw Pulse change the community, but what I did see was the community and the projects changed the Pulse students' lives. And not just during their tenure at BC, their lives as they went in to be young adults and hopefully older adults.
I've already had a lot to say, so I'll keep this short, but because I've taught in the program for so long, I would say one thing about the learning, well, two things about the learning. First of all, it's a very skewed population that signs up for Pulse. There's many other ways to do philosophy and theology core requirements here at BC than Pulse, so it's a very select group of students who do it. But within that selection, there's also a skew. There are students who come year after year into the program because they think, oh, this is an easy way to get out of my philosophy and theology requirements. They compare the amount of things they have to read, for example, in the Perspectives program compared to Pulse, and they say, oh, there's a lot less reading. Maybe, not in my case, of course, but maybe there's fewer papers to write.
That might have been a factor for Will.
But on the other hand, we get people who are very serious about social service, social commitment. But in general, as came out, I think, in John Scott and Megan's comments in the video, they really want to help other people who are less fortunate than themselves. I think Sean Copeland also said things along this line. So a big component of our instruction and a big conversion, I think, takes place in our students is there's a big difference between helping and serving. Helping, as Rachel Remen likes to say, comes from a position of power and strength. And when you're in that mode, you make the other person feel worse than they were because they need the help. But real serving is mutual. And so one of the things that we do in the program is emphasize over and over again how our students are being served by the people that they are serving. And I guess the other thing I would say is even across that wide range of motivations that bring people into the Pulse program, there's sort of the motivation behind that about why are they in college. Why they're in college is to get a degree so they can get a good job, so they can earn a good living, so they can live a happy life. And Pulse basically challenges all of that, beginning with what do you mean by a happy life? And by the time I think, and it certainly isn't, it's not 100% efficient. I wouldn't guess what percentage of students this happens with, but the whole idea of how they want to live their life after this reflective engagement with service has taken place changes. And we hear this anecdotally over and over again about how people have changed their career paths, their understandings of life, their relationships with others as a result of Pulse. So I think that's one of the big impacts of the learning in Pulse.
So last question, and it ties in a little bit with what Pat just was talking about. So on this panel are over 100 years of institutional experience of Boston College, including almost all the years that Pulse has been in existence. From your own perspectives, how is the story of Pulse the story of Boston College, and why does Pulse matter?
I'll take a stab at the first part of that question, but I'm going to blank the second part. And I hope this is received the right way. Max Weber talks about the routinization of charisma. What happens to a movement that's born and has a sort of energy and focus, and then in its second generation becomes something else. It has to change because the personalities change and the institution has to develop. And I think you can think about Pulse in those terms. And this is going to sound like Hamilton, but I can't do Hamilton. We were small, plucky, and off-center, outgunned, outmanned, that sort of thing. Small, plucky, and off-center at the beginning, and now large, confident, and mainstream. And there's something to be said for both of those positions. One of the things that happened early on in the history of the program, Pat was telling you about our successful development, but there was a time, I've shared this story with Megan, in the early 1980s, when a senior member of the theology department wrote a memo that said, Pulse is a child of the 60s and a problem child at that. It should be allowed to die a natural death. Well, thank God for Joe Flanagan and Bob Daly and others. Because there was that suspicion of it, that it wasn't quite. And of course, if you look back at the history of the program, I think it's fair to say, though Pat has been noting that there's been a shift in emphasis in recent years, that there was a bit more engagement at the early parts of the programs with what you would call community organizing movements, with the Alston Brighton tenants organizations, with Mass Fair Share, places like this, so that it had more of a systemic focus. I'm glad that that's coming back in. But when you go from being this small and plucky and off-center program to being a signature program, then there's something to be a bit suspicious of, because that's telling a kind of success story. And Pulse is a success in institutional terms, so I hope I'm communicating this well. But we realize that so much of what we're engaged with is a long history of suffering, a long history of sin that has social consequences, and the continuing challenge is to find ways to respond to that. So maybe I have veered into part two of your question, Megan.
Since I was hired to build on what Dick had built before me, I'm going to build on Dick's last answer to do this, because it's like, to me, the story of Pulse and the story of BC are connected, not just in the way of both becoming prominent, but they're connected by what they both aspire to be. And I always remember when Father Jim Byrne was teaching in Pulse, and he always said to me, if I have to teach in the core, which Jim hated doing, he said, I want to teach Pulse, because that, to me, is the meaning of Jesuit higher education. And if you take that and you look at what all the mottos around BC are about, men and women for others, and what was also up here earlier, the school seal with the Greek lettering or the Greek writing of the motto, ever to excel. And ever to excel means always, not just now. And if you look at that word, which I used to do with my students all the time, it drove them crazy. I would pick apart the Greek. And the word that is from which excel is derived is the same word from which excellence is derived, obviously, which is the same word that Aristotle uses to talk about virtue. And so if you look at the motto, ever to excel, it really means ever to be virtuous in every sense of that word. And I think that's what BC aspires to, and what Pulse has always aspired to. And I say this because if we are successful as a program, the way Pulse matters is what our students become in the future, much more so than what it accomplishes in the here and now in the student's education. Pulse is a future-oriented process to me, and it's driven by hope that the future can be a better place than the present. And if the students come out of Pulse reflective, not just becoming social workers and making career changes, but reflective corporate executives, reflective doctors and lawyers, then the world can be a better place. And that's what Pulse aspires to, is that better place. And so that's why I think Pulse matters.
I guess if I would not build off, but somewhat echo what Dave just said is, looking back, I don't know whether the Pulse program is in fact the story of BC. I think it's a part of the story of BC. I hope it continues to be a part, because I think it's a good part of that story. I do think what Dave harped upon, and this goes all the way back to the skill sets when Pat talked about Dalton Baugh. Dalton also had a fellow that he worked with, Earl McNeil, but they really, and I don't know whether it goes on today, there were really some fundamental things you learned as a young person going out into the community, and it's been mentioned a couple of times, and I think Megan in the film, I thought, attributed, is like you really learn the difference of speaking, but listening, sitting back, listening to those who are less fortunate, listening to those that really have a tough way with life, whether it's because of drugs, depression, alcohol, whether it's because they got saddled with a conviction at an early point in life. And I guess where it is like the aspiration is, what Dave was saying is, no matter what pathway you pick as a BC student, but if you took the time to go into the Pulse program, stick with it, and come out, I think you do go out into the adult world, whether it's in the teaching, whether it's in public health, nursing, law, is you have a set of sensitivities to people, number one, that you should always take into every situation you go into. And you have a set for engaging in decision making, and you should have a skill set for listening to people, trying to come up with some, be a problem solver if you can. So I don't know that necessarily, BC's story has gone off in so many different directions. It's such a complex university. But I do hope that no matter where BC goes, that the Pulse program can continue to go and pave its own way and be part of that same story.
Thank you all very much. Thank you all very much. I think we'll take about 7 minutes for questions. I don't know where, Nimsu has a microphone and Aiden has a microphone. So just for the sake of those, for both the recording and for the folks on Zoom, please wait till the microphone comes to you before. Does anyone have any questions or comments they want to direct? Professor Wilkins. Oh, Kate has someone on Zoom. Let's give the Zoom person a chance. I don't think your microphone is on.
Okay. Yeah, Dan Kennedy has a question on Zoom. Dan was a former council member. His question is 2 parts. What have been the creative vectors in the program? And he gives examples: pedagogy, learning outcomes, community interaction. What are the creative vectors for the program that you hope the program continues to develop further? Also, as service learning becomes omnipresent on campuses, are there any trends that you would caution against or distortions in service learning that are seeping in?
Well, sounds like one for you, Megan.
It does, doesn't it?
Megan, one of the panelists.
Usually my listening skills, I think it is for you.
Pulse is unique in the sense that at so many universities, service learning might be housed. And Michelle, I mean no disrespect by this. Where are you? Are you still here? Oh, good. No. At so many universities, service learning programs are part of offices of community engagement. I think there's something really important for Pulse about maintaining the perspective of service learning. Service as a form of listening. Service as an active relationship. And there's value in sort of community engaged learning, and I don't want to denigrate that value. But as a service learning program, I think Pulse is very much about this mercy ship image and about really hearing suffering as sort of an opening of the heart and the mind. Dave and Pat both were on the organizing committee in the precursor to the Association of Jesuit Colleges and Universities. What is it called now? The Justice Conference. And they were instrumental in arranging for Father Kolvenbach to give what has now become the very famous 2000 speech at Santa Clara, the service of faith and the promotion of justice in American higher education. I often like to say, I don't know if you knew I say this, but I say that Pulse is the reason that speech exists. I don't know if it's true, but I like to say it. But I think there's, Father Kolvenbach in that speech talks about concept and closeness. And there's something about service learning, not just community engaged learning, that really emphasizes the closeness and the opening of the heart as a moment of conversion that can lead to sort of intellectual development and the kinds of transformation that Dave was talking about earlier in terms of career mind, like career focus or a thread that's held. So that's one of the things I would say, Dan, to that question is I think holding the service part of service learning is a very important thing to do.
Can I add a small anecdote?
Please.
Yeah. Besides telling Dan, I don't remember you, Dan, I do, but I just that he'll get that. He'll laugh. Okay. But the conference at Santa Clara, where Father Kolvenbach gave that talk, at that talk was the aforementioned Jack Newhouser, who was our academic vice president. And he and I walked out together. And Jack turned to me and he said to me, "Did you do that?" And he said, because boy, that talk was all about pulse. And that was the time at which Pat and I were trying to get Jack Newhouser to help us with the expansion. So it all comes back together.
Can I also mention one thing about that? Father Kolvenbach made a visit to the campus in the 1980s, and I, along with 2 other people, were invited to give welcoming remarks. And so I put the focus on pulse in the welcoming remarks. And as I left, thank you for the work that Boston College is doing. So, yeah, I think he knew about us. Maybe I made it into it, 2000.
Thank you. I did not know that. Yeah. So I'm glad to have learned it.
Could I just wanted to jump in on that briefly. I think another thing that's important and distinctive about Pulse is that it is rooted in philosophy and theology. It's pretty unique still, in addition to offices of campus engagement, which frequently are situated in something like our student services division at BC, or they might be rooted in the sociology department or other kinds of departments like that. But philosophy and theology is almost absent. That has to do with a couple of things. One is the way in which philosophy is largely taught in places other than Boston College, which would make philosophy rather irrelevant to the kinds of learning that our students are having in their services, and particularly on themes that especially Dick has been emphasizing. And a big part of service learning and community engagement in the literature has to do with educating people for democracy. And that's an important thing, and that's a good thing. But what it doesn't do is call into question the strengths and the limitations and the conditions for a just democracy. And there's a lot of assumptions that are made in some of the service learning programs that don't really raise the kind of questions that we do, in fact, raise in the Pulse program. So I'm not sure if that quite corresponds to what Dan was asking about creative vectors. But I think the fact that we're engaging a very long, millennia-long series of reflections on justice, on suffering, on good and evil, on holiness and mercy, it may very well be part of the creative vector. I also wanted to just say one thing about the Ship of Mercy. There's somebody in my family who I will not call out who has actually served on the Ship of Mercy, and that's one of the reasons why I chose that particular logo. But mercy goes back in Greek and Hebrew to a word that's a little different from the way it sounds to us. Mercy sounds like we're giving somebody something, but the Hebrew and the Greek word for mercy go back to compassion, which is to feel with and to be with. And that's an important part of what mercy in its most authentic sense means in the Jewish and Christian and I think Islamic and other religious traditions. And so that this has grown into a ship of mercy is really a ship of people companioning with, not only in the year that they're in Pulse or the 6 months that they're in Pulse, but as Dave was saying, that they learn to be companions with people that they wouldn't have been companions with over their lifetime.
So I'm very mindful of the time, and so I want to give due time to the next group of panelists. So I want to thank you all so much.
Gotta be short. Just here today, some of the original council members going back 52 years. Dave Pello in the back. Dave, raise your hand. Tom Murray up here, original council member. Tom was in one of the photographs. Mary White came up from D.C. area. Jerry Kelly, who led lead paint poisoning testing, Jamaica Plains. And Mike Sherpani, who I actually found a slide of not too long ago. And anybody remote, Rich Gingras, anybody else, my best regards. Thank you all for allowing me that second.
Thank you.
so much.
The program says a 15-minute break. I encourage us to take a quick 5-minute bio break and come back in. And if the panelists for the next session would come up now, we can get you set with your mics. Thanks.
So my name is Eileen Sweeney. I'm a faculty member in the philosophy department. I've been a teacher in Pulse most years since 1997 until today. And what I wanted to do is start off the panel. First thing I want to tell you, I know we're a little behind, and just so you have a sense of where things are going, we want to have this panel and also have questions from you. And we're hoping to end this session about 10 minutes to 5, just so you have a sense of how long you're going to be sitting. So I just want to get started right away. I've introduced myself, and I would like to ask the rest of the panelists to introduce yourself. For supervisors, I would love to know something briefly about what students do at your agency, and for students on the panel to talk about what their community partner or partners have been. Mary, why don't we start with you on the end?
I'm Mary Troxel. I've been teaching in the Pulse program for about 18 years, and I'm from the philosophy department.
I'm Andrew. I'm a class of 2014 graduate. Took Pulse as a student, served on council my junior and senior year, and now I'm the site supervisor at East Boston High School. Did I forget anything? Oh, what do my kids do? So Pulse students at East Boston High School basically serve as classroom aides. So they're in the school building during the school day, during all that chaos, and it's beautiful. So they're in the classrooms, paired up with a teacher, working directly with students.
My name is Molly. Can you hear me? No. My name is Molly. I'm currently a senior serving on the Pulse Council. I took Pulse my sophomore year with Professor Byrne, and I served at Rosie's Place. And I'm currently coordinating the Boys and Girls Clubs of Dorchester and Watertown and Women's Lunch Place.
Good afternoon, Jim DeZio, Director of Education, Suffolk County Sheriff's Department, and I think we've been involved with Pulse for more than 25 years, I believe. And I am a graduate of Boston College, Graduate College of Education, way back when. And our students, Pulse sends their students to prison, and in a good way, for the good part. For the part about service learning, that was what I heard earlier, it's the part about listening and understanding. And we've had many Pulse students come through our doors to serve our students, and it has changed their outlook and maybe even their, plans for the future.
So hi everyone, my name's Yuting. I'm junior at BC. I took Pulse my sophomore year with Professor Troxel, where I served on East Boston Neighborhood Health Center. I'm serving my first year on council right now, and I'm coordinating East Boston Neighborhood Health Center and Little Brothers of the Friends of the Elderly. So thank you everyone for being here with us on a Saturday afternoon. Thank you for your time. Our goal here with our time is to have a conversation, sharing our different perspectives on Pulse. So since we're all here connected to Pulse in some way, that leads me to our first question. What made you start with Pulse? So for me, I know that I've always been more drawn to the physical world. What I can see, hear, taste, smell. Experience to me speaks louder than words. And so I thought that taking Pulse would be a good way to fulfill my core. And it turns out to be much more than that, which is why I'm sitting here today. But I'm curious to see what everyone else has to say, whether that's from a student, faculty, or supervisor perspective. What made you get involved with Pulse, and what made you stay involved?
I can start. So I hate to say it, but I'm sure I took Pulse for getting the core out of the way. I definitely had good intentions going in, but I think what kept me is very different than what brought me in. Definitely just the relationships that I formed during service, the way of life that was introduced to me through the class and through our conversations, the values and priorities, and the different ways that I learned to make those meaningful connections and live a good life is what kept me.
I'll continue saying, as a former Pulse student, that was also my reason. But I've come a long way now, and I'm site supervisor. So I had a very profound experience there. I think I started thinking about, I was probably in my 3rd or 4th year teaching, and started thinking about the amount of needs in my classroom. So maybe it started off a little selfishly. I was like, oh, I could really use some other people, another like grown person in this classroom. So I think it started out that way. I specifically teach English learners. So my class of 20-something kids could have a varying range of English proficiency. I'm trying to teach, I teach biology. So I'm trying to teach biology, which is a language in and of itself. So yeah, I was like, it would be great to have students here. So it might have started out selfishly. Then I looked at the big picture of the needs of our school. There's a lot of talk about, being college ready. But I was like, there's like no college students here. Like they have adults that they go talk to going to college about, but no one close enough in age. So I was like, oh, this would be a really good opportunity for the whole school as well to have college age students alongside high school students. So that, because of that need, I was like, we need to get Pulse students in here. And now this is going on 4 years.
I can go next. I'm going to give you the answer I gave when I was interviewed. I was interviewed about why would I like to work in Pulse when I originally got the job. And when I was in college over the summer, I worked at a mental hospital, and I worked primarily on a unit with children. There's a children's unit and an adolescent unit, and those are the ones I primarily worked on. And I became aware, almost all the children were there because they had suffered extreme trauma. And I became aware that my imagination was very impoverished about how much people can suffer and about how unfair the world is. And I was a philosophy major in college, but I had no way of connecting those two things. I kind of had a spiritual and existential crisis. It was sort of when I started letting go of my atheism, as a matter of fact. And I had no way of thinking about it except inside my own head, or by finding books, and I was in Florida, so there weren't many of those. So the idea of a Pulse where when you confront those kinds of questions experientially, that you're given a disciplined way in community, a vocabulary, drawing on the resources of the wisdom of the ages to think about those really deep questions, was extremely appealing to me, so that students don't have to feel as lost as I did when I was confronting those questions really for the first time.
I think I got involved basically through that expansion period that Dave was talking about back in the early 90s. Because I was a graduate student here at BC. I was not an undergraduate student. So I really didn't know about Pulse. And Pulse kind of came to me and into the correctional setting. And I was a teacher at the time. And my director must have coordinated, the Pulse office, must have sent out the word. And he asked if I'd be involved as a teacher and supervising some students. And we just have kept it going since then. I mean, it's been a very interesting ride, and it's been a great ride, with its issues, but still, nevertheless, a great ride.
I would say Pulse found me, and Pulse has transformed my intellectual life and my spiritual life. I didn't know anything about what I was doing, except it sounded interesting and had a general sort of do-good sort of notion, and it's had a profound effect on how I think about the world and how I think about my responsibilities to the world. It's just that the students learn that in a year, and it's taken me, 20 or 30 to kind of get there. And Mary, you sort of started on this, but I wonder if I could ask a question of everyone, that is both those teaching, supervising, and taking Pulse. What do you think of as the most unique, what's unique about, not most unique, that would be wrong, unique about Pulse and about acting as a supervisor or being a student? Maybe we could start off with the students. I would love to hear your experience of how it was different from other kinds of classes?
So definitely what's unique about Pulse is that experiential component. We read Aristotle in our class, and we talk about how, being virtuous or being just is a habit of the soul. It's something that you practice, something that you learn by doing, by continuously acting in a certain way. And as much as you can learn and read about it through books and conversations, being in the scenarios where this becomes something that's relevant and something important, I think that's one of the most unique things. I guess not most unique, just unique things. Yeah, I think having the opportunity to be with the people in the communities where suffering is happening, that proximity to the people and the suffering, getting the chance to form relationships with those people rather than just reading about it in a book or hearing some abstract idea. You're having a very concrete experience with that.
Yeah, I think one the unique thing about learning Pulse is that everything that we learn in the classroom, we're continuously applying that to the real world. I think when I took Pulse, that was also the year when the presidential election was happening. So I remember we would learn about concepts about social justice inside a classroom, and I would leave and I would talk to my friends or my classmates about what do you think, if this candidate wins, how do you think this is going to change how policies are going to influence the communities that we're serving right now. So I think that's a really valuable thing about Pulse.
Just to add off of that, I think the conversations that we have and the topics that we learn about are inherently related to who you are as a person and the type of community that you live in, which I think can't be said about every subject.
I have to say, what you mentioned, Yuting, I have to give credit to Jim Weiss, who's here, because he is the one who years ago talked about teaching Pulse during an election and integrating with an election. And that's one of the things I think that's super unique about Pulse that might not be obvious to students is the gift of working in the institution of Pulse, the Pulse program. Last night there was a lot of talk about Pat's brilliance, talent at building things, at creating community. And Pulse is a real community, and in our Pulse meetings, we say, I'm having an impossible time teaching right now because of X, and we hash it out together, or, with COVID, how to teach during COVID. So one of the really special things is teaching in the context of really robust community where, and it's the faculty, it's the staff, it's the office, it's the council members, along with the students, that we're all sort of in it together is really unique. So, and I just, one more thing, I feel like I learned so much teaching Pulse. In a way, if I taught a class on Plato in a regular class, I feel like in 10 years I kind of know what students, undergrads are going to ask me about Plato. But with Pulse, students are always bringing in their experiences and their service partners, their experience with service, and their own life experience into their questions, into their comments. And so as a teacher, you're just always learning. You're learning along with your students. So Andrew, I was just saying that one of my students used to come in all the time with things she learned from her supervisor. And then Andrew said, well, I was her supervisor. So, so there you go.
Yeah, I think unique about supervising Pulse, I feel like I have a very different perspective because I've been in the program as a student and served on council. So it's fun for me every year because I feel like I get to relive my Pulse experience and be reminded of it every single year with the students that come in. But I also think specific to supervising a school-based site, I feel like it's where almost every single social injustice intersects, right? Your student that you were mentioning, she learned everything, right? She learned by building relationships with students, understanding the struggles that, the school has, students individually have, right? She's learning about homelessness, immigration, hunger, poverty, health, you name it. And like we even have a satellite clinic in our school that's run by the East Boston Neighborhood Health Center. So I feel like it's a very unique experience for me, because while it is, yes, about education, it's so much more than that. So being able to supervise students and see them go on their journey of like kind of not just learning about social injustice within education, but also seeing it in other contexts is very cool. Yeah.
In the prison setting, right off, you know, it's a little stressful trying to get people, young students who are trying to find out who they are, into a very rules-based type of environment where not everybody really appreciates people coming in to help someone who's incarcerated because they don't deserve it. Why should they get that? You know, and all the extra assistance and things. But once you get all beyond that, and it, you know, we do work beyond it, and I don't think there's ever been a student who left because of it, actually. I think it somehow, the challenge of trying to get used to some of the rules, I mean, the dress code, the, you know, walking through a metal detector, going through a background check, and then, of course, we work with law enforcement all day, and the law enforcement way, you know, view of the world isn't always the service provider view of the world. But nevertheless, we work through it, and then we get to the relationship building part, which is very important to me personally. So establishing relationships with individuals, especially in, you know, the educational process. For, you know, we get folks who didn't stay in school for many different reasons, not just because of learning disabilities, but many of them have emotional behavioral issues, or they wouldn't be in prison necessarily. So it's giving a service learning student the opportunity to establish a relationship with whoever they may be tutoring, or a staff person who they may be assisting, you know, prepare materials, things like that. And so, you know, it can be very rewarding, both for the individual who's being served as well as for the service provider. And of course, for someone like myself who likes to see it go on and can in some way facilitate it. And it doesn't stop. One of the things that was said that really stuck with me today, I heard the panel before this, you know, learning, like many things, education is future-oriented. We are not going to always see the results of someone's success until years later. I know this from personal experience, from the people that have come through the Suffolk County Sheriff's Department. I get calls from people 10, 15, 20, 25 years later looking for something they got 25 and 30 years ago. So it does not, we don't always see a quick, you know, turnaround for it. Is it worth it? Of course it's worth it. Because it's not just for tomorrow, it's for many, many years down the road. And that's what drives me. I know that's what drives a lot of students who come through, because I've kept in contact with Pulse students, usually through LinkedIn, or sometimes I'll get a phone call or an email. And so it's very important for me to have established relationships with students, because it's not just about the incarcerated students, but it's also about the Pulse students who come through.
Thank you, everyone, for your input. I think there are a lot of wonderful aspects of Pulse, but I think it's also important to acknowledge that Pulse comes with unique challenges too, especially for students. So this is a question for Molly and possibly Andrew. What is the hard thing about taking Pulse, and what's difficult?
I think that's a question for Molly.
I can start and see if you think of something. So I think what's challenging about Pulse is that it makes suffering so real. It complicates life in a very real way. I know at my service placement, I was at Rosie's place, and I would spend the night on Thursday nights. And so being in a space where you wake up in a homeless shelter on a Friday morning and you're not home, and you realize that the problems that people are facing at your service placement are problems that they deal with every day. It changed my perception of people and challenged a lot of assumptions And those are hard to get over and hard to sort of reconcile with that in your head. I know I'll never walk past a homeless person on the street the same again, because these experiences change you in ways that like deeply affect yourself as a person. And I think it's challenging because it's not just learning for the classroom, it's learning for your life, learning about how you can treat people well, how you can love people in the best way, which oftentimes is complex and isn't a simple solution. That's another challenge is the injustices that we see at our placements. They're, first of all, hard to take in, hard to witness, hard to be somebody who's there accompanying the people who are suffering from these injustices. And the solutions are never simple, and it's challenging knowing that even in the 8 hours that you spend there for a year, the injustice will be there long to come, and there is hope, of course, but it's not an easy thing to reconcile.
Yeah, sorry, I just needed extra time. That was like 7 years ago. No, maybe more than 7 years ago that I was in class. But I do remember going to placement. I served at an after-school program that was run by the Massachusetts Society for Prevention of Cruelty to Children. And I remember meeting those kids, learning about their backgrounds and their histories. And like you said, it's a lot to take in. And then, as they say in the Year of Pulse, like there's a point in time of your service where you feel kind of like, I'm doing all this stuff, but I'm not making a difference. That feeling has not gone away because I feel like 7 years into teaching, sometimes I do feel that way, like I'm doing all this for all my students, and I feel like some things still aren't changing. So I feel like that's a challenge, and sorry, it still goes on after, well into your careers. Yeah, I would say that's definitely, I agree with that. That's one of the biggest challenges.
I think the approach to service that Pulse takes is also challenging in a lot of ways. We talk about BC's motto of being men and women for and with others. And I know specifically at my placement, I had no tasks per se. I didn't need to get anything done in my time there. There was nothing explicitly that they said, you should do this, or the timeline is this. I was just a friendly visitor, somebody who is accompanying the woman, a conversation partner, someone to listen, someone to talk to, or even just another person in the room in case anybody felt like speaking. But it's tough to sort of understand that not all service is doing something for someone. A lot of times it's being with them, and there's less explicit outcomes that come with that. So it's hard to look back on the year and say, well, I accomplished this, because the accomplishment is in the relationships and the connections that you formed, which took a long time for me to sort of understand.
Yeah, thank you everyone for sharing. Just to add another perspective on the classroom portion of Pulse, I think one of my reservations walking into the classroom was, having been raised in an environment where religion is kind of non-existent or even being intentionally kept out, I was a little apprehensive about not being able to connect to the classroom material. But I think Pulse does a really good job of highlighting the fact that spirituality has more to do with finding connectedness and purpose rather than just learning scriptures. And I really think that's what Pulse is all about. So our next question for Molly has to do with Professor Byrne. As a student, how would you describe him as a teacher?
This is a great question. I was talking to Professor Byrne on last Thursday. We had met because he's my thesis advisor. And I said, I'm excited to talk to you about you at the event. And he said, no, it's not about me, it's about Pulse. And this event is for Pulse, but it's also to celebrate Professor Byrne. And he's so humble about that. I don't think he told us ever in our class that he had founded this great program. But I think one of the special things about Professor Byrne is that he really encourages his students to think deeply about everything. He's a very critical thinker, and he expects that of his students. I remember one day we walked into class, and he asked us, why did you get up this morning? And one brave girl decided to answer. And I think she said, you know, I had to make it to this class. And he just kept asking, well, why did you have to come to this class? She said, well, to get an education. And kept sort of asking her these questions, not being satisfied with the simple answer, but wanting to get to the depth of that question. And I think that's very emblematic of Professor Byrne, just in his expectations that we do think deeply about these problems, encouraging us to sort of get to that next level. He's also just so humble. I remember our discussion sessions that we would have once a week. He gave the students the space to decide how we wanted to spend that. We would all go around and ask a question, and that would form our agenda for the day. He was very in tune to what we needed and not necessarily what imposing anything. Just giving us the space to talk about or share what we needed, and sharing his wisdom, of which there's plenty. He's also just very giving of himself as a professor. I took Pulse the year that we got sent home from COVID, and throughout that summer and the next year, Professor Byrne would meet with us over Zoom, talking about current events, about different life questions, like, do you believe in soulmates? And he was always ready to answer and ready to talk about whatever we wanted, even leading us in meditations, acting as my faculty advisor for my thesis. He's a busy guy, and he's got a lot of accomplishments, but he cares so much for his students, and that really comes out. The last thing I'll say is, in teaching a class like Pulse, you know, you can talk about all of these great things like virtue and justice, but seeing somebody who embodies it really well is really special, and that makes all the difference. Seeing somebody who has really integrated and internalized these ideas into who they are as a person, and can teach not only with the resources of the class and the content of the readings, but with their lives.
So I'm a little frightened to ask this question, and it's another question for the students. I know Mary will also be frightened, as will all the other faculty in the room, because I would love to know from students, Andrew, whatever comes back to you, and that is, what is something from your class that really made an impression, that it left an impression, that somehow you still think of it? It may not have been the big things, it may have been a small thing, but we wonder what's left after the impression. How does it resonate with you? You don't have to go first because it's hardest for you. You have to go further back. But Alto Mali and Yuting, it's still something that we'd be interested in knowing.
So for me, really, the impression that Pulse left on me was that there are so many people, in this world who grow up with completely different upbringing and experiences, and I think I take a lot of things for granted. For example, I know I talk about like being brought up in an environment where religion was kept out from me, but I was also born in a country that's peaceful, that provided me shelter, food, education, and I think that's a privilege that's not afforded to a lot of people. Like shelter and food are not afforded to many residents of communities that we serve, and I really think that's kind of what Pulse does to you. It breaks you out of the BC bubble where, we are more like concerned with what do I wear to class, what am I doing tomorrow or next day, and brings us out of the bubble and to think about what is really going on in the world and what is affecting what's happening in Boston and what policies are affecting those local communities.
I think one of the big takeaways from Pulse was something that Professor Byrne mentioned in the panel, that serving is not fixing or helping. It's not coming at it from a standpoint of power, but from equal relationship and sort of like a mutual agreement and respect and understanding of people. And I think that's something that Pulse embodies very well, and something that I'll take with me in all of my further service experiences. Also, just on the topic of faith, I think learning how to live a faith in action, translating those beliefs and convictions that you have in your head into your actions. And I know that I'll never think of my faith the same way, and I can't separate it from those experiences of service and relationship.
As far as a text, like, I can't pinpoint one that I remember off the top of my head from 7 years ago. I do, like I was saying before about like kind of getting to relive my Pulse experience every year with new students, I do appreciate that, like, I get to, like, I know how the class works, and I get to ask kids, like, oh, are you doing your, like, institutional analysis right now? Or are you doing this? What are you doing in class? And I think my current Pulse student shared with me, she was really excited about, she was reading Resurrection Hope. And so yeah, and now that's on my summer reading list. So it's a cool way that I get to, you know, keep up with that. Even though I don't remember what I read, I obviously had a very profound experience. I was a biology major, and I was planning to pursue some career in healthcare, but after my experience, my service experience, I decided that I wanted to teach, so I ended up taking some classes in Lynch, and then immediately after graduating, started getting my master's in education. So yeah, very meaningful experience. I'm sure the texts have something to do with it subconsciously. Yeah.
I think going back to the text, I think some of the stories or texts that I've read that have left an impression on me are, you know, some of the biblical stories. I think one of them was the story of, I can't remember the title, of the vineyard workers, where, you know, this landlord hires workers to work starting at 9 a.m., 12 p.m., 5 p.m., and at the end of the day, they pay all of them the same price, even though they have work. You know, some of them have worked for significantly longer periods of time, and the lesson of the story is it doesn't really matter how much you've worked, because if you were to say that you will be compensated more for the time that you worked, it's sort of attributing your value as a human being, like how much you are deserved due to something that's external to, you know, you as a human being, and you deserve more. Your worth as a human being does not depend on your achievement, your accomplishment, what you have done. It's more of your dignity, and that's inherent to you. And so thank you everyone for sharing your perspectives. As council members, we work pretty closely with students through placement process and after through our reflection meetings, but I'm always curious to hear what supervisors see on the other side. So this is more of a question for Jim and Andrew. How do you expect your Pulse students to change and grow throughout the year? How do they usually start, and where do you hope they end up?
I think they start really curious. We do tours, or we have done tours for folks who might be interested. We go to the town meeting, recruit as many students, interested students as possible, and then set up tours and have them come through, and I like to interview people. I like to ask lots of questions. I'm kind of quiet most of the time, but when it comes to students, I ask lots of questions. I'm very interested to see what they think. Not that I would always, what their answers would, be exactly how they speak, or what the answers they provide are as accurate as, you might think. Because sometimes people say things, they just try to come up with an answer, but you see it in the action, and you see it as, over the course of time. And again, I use the term forming relationships because I want students to feel comfortable and communicative. And so that's what we've tried to set up throughout the years. So it's, finding out whether or not someone can take the long train ride out, to Roxbury, and cross the street, see who they see along the way, enter the facility, as I said before, come appropriately dressed, and then we go from there. And I do hope, and many students are very interested in helping individuals once they kind of get the feel of the place and they get comfortable. And so that's what I would hope, that they learn something from the people they serve, both the students and the staff, because it's all, all of the interaction. And again, I heard earlier, it is a social learning process. It is something that personalities are going to come out. Some individuals, when they come,
they listen, and they, they want to do they want to follow the rules, and some students don't. They have their own idea. They're kind of, they appear like they're listening, but you find out they really don't, because they do what you said either to do or not to do. So, but the whole thing is not to, not to be punitive with anybody, but just to help them, guide them along the process. And so that's what I would hope. I would hope that an individual student who comes through the Pulse program, in some way sees things a little differently. I think we've heard that already, that students do tend to see things differently once, they complete their placements, between, the combination of the class as well as the placement setting.
I would say that my Pulse students come in, because they're very close in age to high school students. I think there's an initial sense of like, oh my God, they think I'm one of them. And honestly, some of my current students are actually older than Pulse students. But I think they come in eager in the beginning, but still not sure. But by the end of the year, I've consistently seen it. Even on Zoom during the pandemic year, I was very pleasantly surprised at the kinds of relationships that they build by May. It's always we're kind of at the point in the year where now my students are asking, where are the Pulse students? Oh, are they coming today? Are they coming today? So they eventually get to that point where they have really, really developed good relationships with the kids. As far as what I hope they get to at the end of the year, I think it starts from those relationships and understanding the circumstances that the students at East Boston High School are in. Are not necessarily circumstances of the individual, but actually things caused by broader systemic injustice. So I think that's a point they reach, hopefully by May, in an ideal situation. That yes, they understand. Oh, these are the challenges that this student's facing, but these are the real reasons, the root causes as to why. And then secretly, I also hope that they want to become a teacher by the time they leave.
Thank you. Those are really good points. And just to expand on the question, when you think of Pulse students, is there a particular student or interactions that comes to mind when you think of what you hope to happen at the agency?
I'll say yes, because I just said I hope they become teachers. I did have a student, she was a marketing major. She was on Pulse Council, I'm pretty sure. She was a marketing major, and then did her service at East Boston High School in an ESL classroom, fell in love with the East Boston High community. I don't think I know any other Pulse student that I've had that it's a long commute from here to Eastie, but just after service would just hang out in Eastie or come early just to hang out, and she fell in love with the community, and definitely her experience in the classroom was very profound, because now she's also a BPS teacher. So yeah, that's what I hope for everyone.
And we have a former Pulse student here at Boston College getting his doctorate in sociology now, who once he left Boston, went on to New York, did some work in Rikers Island. He now coordinates the Inside Out program for us at the Suffolk County Sheriff's Department. And we're right now going to offer a college pathway program as well for our correctional facility. So, and as I said before, I've been in contact through email, LinkedIn, with students that have come through our placement who have gone on to Teach for America. I had one student, I had really no idea what this student was all about when she first came to us. I couldn't read her at all. And next thing I know, so it's being patient with students as well. I mean, on both sides. Patience goes a long way, I've learned that. And listening, very, very important. So she and I developed a relationship, and next thing I know, she's in several different countries learning to teach people of different cultures and languages, and then came back somewhere out in Colorado, got her master's in English, and then I forgot what else. And I think she became a principal of a school as well. So those touch me. Feels really good, but it's, you know, and other students as well have I hear from them off and on. I met a Pulse student here today that I coordinated to get. She is a principal in a Boston public school here. That we worked to get someone their high school equivalency, their high school credential. And then what was being said, we recently, just current students as well. We have women as well as men incarcerated, and one of the students, we only have 2 students right now at the placement. We've had as many as 10 or so, but unfortunately COVID has cut that down. But most recently, when students were allowed to come back in, my gosh, I wasn't even allowed in for a while to the prison. But one of the students, she had just received her high school equivalency diploma. She was so excited to see that Pulse student. She couldn't wait to, to show, so there are relationships that are being formed all the time. And that is exceptionally rewarding, it really does. And I'm not going to get teary-eyed now, but I do. I really do, and I will not do that right now. But it touches me. It touches me very much.
I was trying to think, and I don't think until just now I would have thought how I was going to say sort of the teacher question, which is the one I'm going to ask you, Mary, how we hope or expect students will change over the year. And I think one of the succinct ways I just came to me to think about it is that I want students to get from they to we. And that it does happen. Sometimes it happens. There was also a student I had who fell in love with Eastie. And by the time they fell in love working at the East Boston Health Clinic, I knew that they felt that themselves a part of that community. That student he was a super intelligent student. He was really totally 100% into the philosophy. He could do it, in seconds. But he didn't quite understand the point of the service. I don't know why he signed up for Pulse, but I knew that by the end he was going to be a much better medical doctor because of his ability to do that. And it was out of joy. It was out of joy that he found himself identified with that community. But anyway, Mary, I don't know how you would articulate or how you would experience it from a teacher's point of view.
Yeah, I would absolutely agree. I would just add that students go from, most students, not all, but because it's the ideology of our day, think very individualistically about their lives, and getting them to think more structurally, more institutionally about their own lives, about their communities, about their responsibilities, I think is a big part of what I hope. And I hope at the beginning of the year, they tend to talk about that they're lucky that they were born X, or they're lucky that this happened here, whatever, or blessed, sometimes blessed. By the end of the year, I'm hoping that they're seeing their experiences more through a lens of justice, social justice, structural injustice, than that I'm lucky or I'm unlucky or blessed or not blessed. That's something I always hope for.
And if I'd like to just add to that, they do. I can tell you that they do. Because sometimes it's a little bit of a struggle for an administrator to deal with that sometimes. And so we have to kind of work that in a little bit. But they do. They do.
I was just going to add, last year at the end of the pandemic year, my students presented me with a sort of weathered-looking scroll, and it was the 10 Commandments of Pulse. But I was especially proud of 2 of the commandments, and one of them is that we shall never say we're lucky. And the other one is that we shall only make friends of virtue. So I feel like that was it.
Thank you, everyone, for sharing. So for our next question, I think we've already touched a little bit on a student perspective of this, but I was wondering from a faculty point of view, what is a text that usually has the most impact on students? Is there any particular text that comes to mind?
I want to say, I'm a philosophy professor, so I want to name a philosophy text, but it tends to be the theology ones. And I'm probably the worst judge, but one of them is Jesus Before Christianity, which is a book a lot of people use. And one of the things, and I don't think students realize how much it impacts them, but I really think it does, because I think their idea religion as sort of being a nice person. And the idea of being a holy person is being a really nice person. And the way Jesus is depicted, it's a good book. It's a good supplement to reading the Gospels. But what's very, very clear is that Jesus was not such a nice person, and he was a radical, and his ideas were wildly impractical, and that he was talking about changing society, about changing the society structurally. It wasn't about being a nice person. So after we read that book, I see a sort of a change in the way students talk and the way they write about what it means to be a good person, and in a way that's much less consistent with being, again, a nice person.
I should have answered that question first, because I was going to say the same thing. I always wish it was a philosophy book, and I was actually going to name the same book. I was surprised one year I surveyed the students what was their favorite book, and I couldn't have been, I mean, I love the book, Jesus Before Christianity, but I was very surprised that they picked that book. There is an essay that recently has had a lot of effect on them. A lot of us use this book by Jonathan Sacks, who's the former chief rabbi in England, called How to Heal a Fractured World. And there's an essay about charity as justice. And so it's one of these moments where I also feel like a structural change takes place by the time that they realize that charity is not sort of their giving out of, some kind of excess, but that giving to others is a form of charity. And when your students can talk about the 10 levels of tzedakah, that's a good day.
Yeah, so I've read both of those books, so I can testify they're great books. I still have copies of them in my room. So we are near the end of a panel, so I want to pose the last question to everyone. What are Pulse's strengths and what are its growing edges? In no particular order, if anyone has any first thoughts.
I feel like I want to say something about growing edges first. And it's something that we as faculty have to learn how to do. I think, at least when I started teaching in the course, we were mostly teaching white suburban students. And so we had a sense of what it is that we wanted to do to get them connected to the city. And I think some of the most important but also difficult moments are that we do have a more diverse set of students. And then how do the students who come from a less privileged background, from a less standard, a less white middle-class background, how do they contribute to the course without making them bear the burden of being in the course? How can students learn to hear them? I did have a good moment on this score. A young woman from the south side of Chicago, Hispanic, came from quote unquote what we would call a bad high school, so on. And she was talking in class one day that she didn't want this language of, coming to help those who were disadvantaged. She did not want to be characterized in that way. She was very eloquent on the topic. And one of my male students from the business school, not to stereotype, he's super smart, but I could tell he was skeptical about the whole thing, and maybe he could get to okay, I'm going to help people who have less. And what happened was that it seemed that she really moved him to a next stop, because he sort of stopped in the middle and he sort of said, wait, so how should I talk about this? So it was a real moment of openness, a real question. And I'd like us to think more about how we can promote those kind of questions, but also, again, not make students who end up in Pulse from quote unquote, from not white suburban backgrounds, not bear the burden of what we're doing in Pulse.
I'll add to that. Regarding the strengths, I think a big strength is just the structure of the program, the way it's been set up by the directors that talked at the last panel. So it's set up so well, the theology, the philosophy, the nature of the council, all of it. I think the way we do it, and I've thought about this a lot, because now there's a cottage industry, there's a big industry of service learning. And when you started at PAD and when the original council started it, there were not peer-reviewed articles on how to do this right that are in published, journals, academic journals. You were doing it by experiment, sort of, and it turned out really, really great. And I'm glad that there wasn't an industry of it with academic experts. I think it gave freedom in the finest sense of it works really well in ways that are, maybe some of them aren't so quantifiable, in a peer-reviewed journal. I don't know. Though it's now Pulse is in many peer-reviewed journals, and they say great things about it, but that's not how it started. But growing edges, I would agree. Building community in general becomes harder. It becomes harder because, for all the reasons we know, it's such a big part of, as a teacher, of what you're trying to do in the classroom is build community. Because first of all, you're modeling an that we're not individuals going through stuff alone. And you need to create room for having difficult conversations and where people can be vulnerable and admit when they're overwhelmed. And for lots and lots of reasons, it's important to build community. And it just gets harder because of social media and because our culture in general is so polarized. So I feel like the change happens so fast in general with everything that it's just hard to keep up with figuring out how to do it when it feels like this student body this year, it looks nothing like the student body even 7 years ago, partly because of COVID. And figuring out how to do it right is very, very difficult.
As a growing edge, I would say, I know for me personally and for a lot of the students that I talk to, it can be difficult to sort of connect these ancient philosophers and ideas of theology to the service experience. A lot of times just forming that connection doesn't come implicitly, although in some cases it does, and it does seem relevant. Sometimes it's a little harder to make that connection. Although I will say that many of the readings that we did in Pulse that may not have hit at the time, now, like, having thought about them and having had more experiences, sort of marinating those thoughts, I think I've grown to appreciate them in a new light. In terms of strengths, I think Pulse is great because it's relevant and a great class for somebody like me who's a theology major, but it's also useful for people in the business world or people who are pre-med. The ideas that we learn about and the experiences that we have are things that you can carry with you into any field, things that are lifelong values and experiences that aren't specific to one particular career path, but something that inspires you to use that in any direction that you choose to go in.
I'd also like to add the administrative end of it from the supervisor perspective in dealing with the Pulse office has really been great throughout the years. The directors, the assistant directors, oh my gosh, I mean, when you have a question, it is answered as soon as it possibly can be, and that's appreciated for many different things, whether it's a student who may not have shown up, and we did have a student who was having significant issues one year that because of my noting that the individual wasn't showing up, we found out the individual had an issue, and we worked it all out. So I really have to say that's, and also creating the sense of community with the town, meeting, getting to speak to other supervisors from other sites has always been a good thing. I just think forming those kinds of relationships and things like that. As far as, challenges, the challenges, of course, technology, when certain things like a pandemic hits. It's very difficult. It was very difficult for us at the House of Correction. We couldn't have Pulse or anyone really coming in from the outside, and the technology on our end was not up to speed, still isn't really, in order to facilitate Zoom and all those things for service learning. So I hope to maybe work on that in the future.
I think for Pulse's strength is definitely the integration of the field work placement and the classroom portion. But for the growing edges and adding to what Eileen said before, and I say this as an overrepresented minority, that it's definitely difficult being a student of color on BC campus. And I roomed with 2 Black girls last year, and sometimes we would talk about how sometimes when we enter a classroom, we would be the only student of color in the classroom. And so for a class that places so much emphasis on building connections and finding community, sometimes it can be a little bit ironic to attempt to build relationships outside of your classroom when you're struggling inside.
So we want to open it up for some questions from the audience. We don't have a ton of time, but we certainly have, 7 or 8 minutes? Can we manage? So as before, there are students here who have microphones. So please raise your hand, and the student will come over to get your question so that we can all hear it.
Thanks. This was a great discussion, particularly at the end of the day, to be able to carry it on. My compliments to you all. Mary, I think it was you that said the difference in the last 7 years even of the students that are coming into Pulse, maybe the whole university. Could you talk a little more about what the distinctions, what the differences are, and how that affects your teaching?
Oh, that's a good question. There's a lot of things. I mean, I feel like teaching was very similar. There was more consistency. I think it probably began when Trump was elected. That had a lot to do with it. And in teaching Pulse, it was really tough because there are Pulse students who voted for Trump, and they go to their community partners, and the community partner would say, "Who did you vote for? And why are you here?" Bullying especially among students of Muslim students, happened almost immediately. I mean, like the next week, we started hearing about it. And so students would go to their community partners and see this bullying. And the thing is that the student body just became very polarized. Like, if you did this, I don't want to talk to you. And as a teacher who teaches all of my students and meets all of my students where they're at, it was really difficult to negotiate that. It was very different. I mean, students have different political views. They always have. But it just became very polarized, and it's continued to be. And those of you who teach know that at the faculty meeting, I was like, I don't know what to do. And I frankly, to be honest, I was angry at my students who voted for Trump. And I had to get past that because that's not fair. So there's that, but there's also things like TikTok. TikTok did not exist many years ago, and I have to figure out what it is, because students come and they talk about it, and they talk about how it's affecting the students that they're working with, and I'm like, what is that thing? So there's like a combination of things, but I would say in general, those are a couple ways.
I'm not sure I have much to add to that. I do think that sometimes the students are more different than you know. Last year, we did a series of service modules on different topics to kind of supplement the online service. And a part of each of those modules were the students to kind of reflect on their own position with regard to this social issue. And I found out that many of my students who looked like what we think of as the standard BC student were not. The beautiful girl with the blonde hair who dressed perfectly came from a family where her mother and she had fled a situation of domestic violence. It turned out at the end of the year, 7 of the 20 students I had in my class were first-generation college students. So it's also the case that we don't know who we're teaching anymore. They are more different. They may be more sort of extreme politically, but they're also more different, and also those differences are not always visible. Is there another question? Yeah.
Some of you have touched on this already, but I wonder how the pandemic affected your experiences, be it as a as a learner or a teacher or a supervisor. Some of you have touched upon it, and I find it really interesting. Thank you.
Can I just say one thing about that? Because it was the thing that surprised me the most. One of the things I was really concerned about is students were going through so much themselves, and you have to have, to feel compassion, to be other-oriented, you have to have some space for it. And it was so hard. It was so hard to be a student when before the vaccine, for instance. And I was so impressed with my students' ability to extend themselves, to feel compassion, to be passionately committed to the community partners, even though the service was remote. It was such a beautiful, pleasant surprise how the students stretched themselves and had a kind of generosity in the midst of themselves suffering a lot. That's one thing.
Yeah, I would add to that when Shantari asked me, oh, do you want to take on Pulse students this year, or for September 2020, I was like, I don't know. I don't even know how I'm going to be teaching my own students via Zoom. And so I was very hesitant, but I remember there's one girl in particular that I remember from that year that, she was having her own personal struggles, but she was the one of the Pulse kids I had that year that made the deepest connections with her students via Zoom. And that's amazing because, one, it's Zoom, and two, my kids never turn their cameras on. So they forged these great relationships with a bunch of black screens. And yeah, that was not what I expected, but I'm so amazed. Yeah.
So sorry, did you want to?
No, go ahead.
I took Pulse the year of 2019, 2020, and this is my first year on council. So in terms of Pulse, I feel like I've sort of avoided the pandemic in a way that some people might not be able to. But I think there were all of these messages floating around at the start of the pandemic, like stay at home and shelter in place, and working with the population of homeless people. You think about what that means for people who are unhoused, who don't have a place to stay. And I think that took on a new meaning. It really just widened my perspective of the effects of the pandemic. It wasn't just about me and my family and my friends and my circle of people, but understanding how these other populations, especially marginalized populations, have had a much harder time with it. I think also just in learning about how nonprofit and social services agencies work, so many of them either closed down or limited to only staff and no volunteers, and how hard that was for them. So just understanding the broader impact of that beyond myself, and I think it took the idea of personal and social responsibility to a deeper level.
Yeah, so I took Pulse during the year when survey was fully remote. So I did service remote. I worked on a substance abuse program where I collected information on the types of detox services, halfway houses, residence facilities for people who are struggling with addiction, putting into the website and organize them by what type of health insurance they offer or they accept, whether they treat people with co-occurring mental illnesses, are they experienced in dealing with pregnant women who also struggle with addiction and things like that. I think one of the main struggles that I dealt with was definitely not having the opportunity to have face-to-face interactions and not having, the chance to develop what some of my friends who took Pulse in previous year when they talk about forming connections with people, and not having that was definitely difficult for me. And I also think from their perspective, from East Boston Neighborhood Health Center's perspective, it was difficult for them too, because the pandemic, they lost a lot of staff. And with it being turned into a vaccination clinic, they were forced to pull a large percentage of their manpower and resources into offering vaccines. So they've had to stop offering a lot of regular screening and services to the people who they usually treat. So what does that leave to people who depend on, East Boston for these services? They're left with no place to go.
We are over time right now, so I'd like to bring this panel to an end. How much of a break do you want, Megan? None. None right now. So none right now. So we will quit the stage without a break. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Careful. Yes, I am going to. That's exactly. Not right now. Not right now. At this time, I would like to invite Father Greg Kalscher, the Dean of the Morrissey College of Arts and Sciences, to come forward to say a few words.
Thanks, Megan, and good afternoon, everybody. On behalf of the university, I just wanted to say a few words of congratulations and thank you. Megan and I, a couple years ago, were planning how do we celebrate the 50th anniversary of Pulse, and it's been delayed, and now we have all kinds of things to commemorate as Pat Byrne gets ready to retire. But I just think it's important for us to be grateful for all that Pulse has brought to the university and to community partners and all that exchange that has gone between them, all that community partners have brought to the university, and thanks to Pat for all that he has done over the years. I was very struck by the title of this day when I kind of became aware of it and was asked to say a few words, Faith and Reason in Action. And last night when Pat spoke briefly at the celebration for the department hosted, he said something that connects to this. Pat said that he was struck by the spirit of inquiry in Lonergan and the importance of questions. And the importance of questions as really the foundation for any kind of authentic faith. And the way in which those questions, why is there something rather than nothing? What can we know? How should we live? What do communities that flourish require of us? Those kinds of questions open us to the experience of faith, provide a ground for that. So faith and reason in action, faith and reason integrated for action for the common good, I think are characteristic of Pulse and of Pat's life. We talk a lot at Boston College about the measure of our school, the measure of success being who the students become as people, and what should characterize them as having been formed in part by their experience at Boston College. And I think it's important, especially in the kind of culture that we live in today, that part of who they become are people who recognize that you can be a serious thinker and you can be a serious person of faith and you can integrate those things in a life oriented toward the common good, and that is the foundation for a whole and flourishing human life. I think too often in our world today, those things are seen to be in tension. But I think everything that you've all gathered here to celebrate today, the anniversary of Pulse and all of Pat Byrne's contributions to the life of Pulse and to the life of the university, really stand for the ability to integrate faith and reason, the ability to integrate serious questions and serious believing in service to the greater good. So congratulations to Megan and everybody connected with Pulse, all the community partners who are part of that effort. Congratulations to Pat, and thank you for all that you have done for many years for the university. So thank you all.
You all have been excellent listeners today. and I really want to thank you. But I do want to give us just a few minutes, like to go into your sort of inner self for a minute, and to give you a chance, if there's anything you want to say publicly, either as a gratitude, Father Kalsher mentioned gratitude, or a word to or for about Pat. Now would be a really lovely time to do that. And if you don't have anything to say, that's fine. But you know, I want us to have that opportunity to bear witness. That's an important thing to be able to do. Okay, hang on. We need a mic. NIMS is behind you.
Yeah, well, look at it. You know, I sum Pat up real quick. He was a difference maker, you know, in my life, and I think in many people's lives. And, you know, I thank him, and I think the school does, but just personally, you know, Pulse was a life-changing experience, but the difference maker was Pat Byrne.
Hi, I'm Pat's oldest daughter, and I have heard from various amongst you that you have seen me from infancy to whenever. But I am the only Byrne that didn't go to BC, and so I'm learning a lot about my dad and what he did here over the time that he was also at home with us, and I'm just amazed, Dad, by how much you accomplished while you were dealing with us, particularly me, because I was not easy. And I also just want to say that Molly had said about how my dad asked the questions in class, and guess what? That is how he is at home. Well, I mean, he was, because I'm well grown by now, but I think that the person that my dad was in the classroom is also the person in the way that he shaped his students is also the way he shaped his children. All of us are people, I think, of faith and people who have a deep commitment in our lives to service. And so I just want to say, and my mom's not here, but I don't know how she put up with us and supported my dad and did all the awesome stuff she did as a community health nurse. But all of that is just to say that while my dad was doing all the stuff he was doing at BC, he was always home, so I don't know how he did all of this. He was coaching our soccer games, and he was on the school councils at our schools, and so I don't know, he must have cloned himself, but just wanted to say that in the background of everything that my dad did here at BC, he was doing it the same thing at home. And even though I didn't go to BC and I didn't go through Pulse, I feel like I did because the way my dad raised us and my parents, both of them, raised us was very much in the spirit of Pulse. So congratulations, Dad, and thanks for everything you did for us.
Hi, my name's Dave, and I'm from the business school. In fact, I think I was the token school of management guy on the first council. And what I've learned today is that the best contribution I made to Pulse was in my sophomore year, before there even was a Pulse council. And by the way, Dave, I'm still trying to get my head around the idea of a philosophy meat market. But because in my sophomore year, I ran for vice president, and I lost to Mike Sheridan. I blame that on my campaign manager, Dick Keeley. But I got funded the summer of 71, I guess it was, to work half-time on campus, doing administrative stuff, planning some of those programs, and worked the mornings down at the D Street Housing Project with a chap from the Children's Museum, still in West Roxbury. And FX, we did have a car. I had a car. So Reggie and I would go down there every morning. And this is the first simplistic thing Pulse did for me. A kid from the suburbs, kid from the very undiversified student body that was at BC at the time, because I would go those mornings to a housing project where lived white people. So sometimes our lessons in social justice have to start with some pretty obvious things. Then I could also tell you, hi, my name's Dave, and I'm a racist. And Pulse taught me that by taking me on a weekend, both days, down to Roxbury as a member of the first Pulse Council, where we had a very intensive training session, Pat. I don't remember who did that. Guy looked like Isaac Hayes, I remember. And it, again, was quite an education from a kid, white kid with, white middle-class kid with a parochial education, right? And that's been a good lesson. A lot of fights right now about certain terms in society, and people don't like to be called certain names. There's a difference between knowing what you are and figuring out what you're going to do. Well, I want to say one other thing about what Pulse might have meant at a point in time, that point being the spring of '70. Pat had the slides with 60 students and however many programs and however many community partners. But the spring of '70 was a rather interesting time. And one thing that I kept from my experience at BC in the spring of '70 was this shirt. Now, the most amazing thing about this shirt is that it actually fit me at one time, okay? But I'd like to suggest that, I've also got the page out of the Heights, you know, strike. There's a lot of ways you can try to change things, and that shirt represents one way. And I'd suggest the Pulse program was learning at that time how to offer people another path toward changing things at a very interesting time. And those of you who may be in the Pulse program now are living in a very interesting time, so good luck.
Anyone else? Well, I'd like to thank you all for being here today. If you need to pick up a parking voucher, there are some on the table on your way out. If you haven't signed the poster for today's event, please be sure to sign it on your way. That is our gift to Pat, a memorial of sorts for this day and for his participation in the program. Understated. And I think we have a reception downstairs. So you will go outside, and we have 4 heat lamps, so hopefully they are working. I would encourage you to take your belongings with you. I think the cleanup crew will want to get to work. So if you need an extra bag, we have a few extra of those bags. But I want to thank, on behalf of the Lonergan Institute, the Institute for the Liberal Arts, the Center for Centers, the Pulse Program for Service Learning, the Philosophy Department. I would like to thank Carrie Cronin, Eileen Sweeney. You've heard the name Shanteri mentioned multiple times. You might not know who she is. Is she still in here? No, she's out there. She's pulling a Dick Keeley right now. Shanteri, come in here for a minute, please. I'm sorry, I don't mean to yell, but she can't hear me. Shanteri Baliga is the Assistant Director of the Pulse Program. You've heard, yeah, she has the parking passes. One of the things I just want to mention about Shanteri is she's been the assistant director for 6 or 7 years now. But prior to that, she was one of the Pulse supervisors at Project Bread. So she had years, 15 years, right, experience of supervising our students in their service contexts, and then came to this side of the equation. And so has been such an asset, not just for knowing how to interact with students, but also harnessing the network of her network for social service providers. especially during the pandemic, which proved to be so necessary in order to keep the program going. So thank you all so very, very much, and I look forward to celebrating downstairs on the patio. Take care.